Good morning, Dr. David.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, John, sir.
Shashi Saab, you want to make this a PowerPoint check? PowerPoint, sir?
Good morning, Krishna.
Yes, sure. I will try to share the
screen here. You are made co-host now. You can share this.
So, are you able to see my first slide?
No, sir.
Okay. How about now?
Not at.
Vishnu.
It is coming now. Yeah, it is coming. It has come. Yeah, it has come. Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now you can on screen.
I can unscreen and share, right?
Share, yes. So Pradeep Kaur, make a Vijay Mehta also co-host.
Good morning, Shastri, sir.
Hello. Good morning.
Dr. David is from Naipur, Calcutta.
Oh, very nice.
Thank you, sir.
So now Dr. USN Murthy is the in-charge director, right? Ravichandran has left to Delhi.
Yes, sir.
He's in Delhi now.
Yeah, he is in Delhi.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I was adjunct faculty of Naipur, Kolkata,
Kolkata as well as Hyderabad.
2015 to 2021 or something.
Yeah.
When did you join, David? In
2004.
Oh,
Yeah,
then you must.
January. 2024.
24. Then you have not seen me.
2024.
Because, earlier I used to come.
So I was in Hyderabad, sir. Naipur, Hyderabad at that time.
Oh.
During my PhD time period, 2014 to 2018.
Oh. Maybe I might have taken some classes to your batch. Probably not.
I was in PhD, so I
okay.
not a part. For the masters, you used to take it. I heard. I visited your lab also, sir.
Yes, so you are very familiar.
IICT.
Sonu Benya co-host Vijay Mehta co-host presentation co-host very good. Co-host okay, thank you.
Julie Madam
Presentation Vijay Sonu Sonu
Julie Madam co-host.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Sabu. Good morning. Sonu, you
Morning.
are good morning, Dr. Sonu. You have been made co-host now.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible, sir?
It's audible, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
John sir, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Krishnamar, sir, shall we start now? It's 10 o'clock.
Okay, sir. Okay.
We'll be punctual. Everybody has to join.
Okay, we can start, sir. We can start.
Thank you for joining. May I request Ms. Sonu Benny, the Master of Ceremony, to start the session.
Okay, sir. A warm good morning to one and all who joined here. A heartfelt welcome to this momentous occasion of the National Science Day 2025. Today, we unite to honor the relentless pursuit of the knowledge and the transformative power of scientific discovery that continues to revolutionize our world. As we know, National Science Day is a tribute to the groundbreaking discovery of the Raman effect by the visionary physicist Sir C.V. Raman, an achievement that earned him the esteemed Nobel Prize in Physics in the year of 1930. This day is more than just a commemoration. It's a celebration of curiosity, perseverance, and the limitless potential of the human intellect. As we gather here, let's embrace the spirit of inquiry and the innovation that paves the way for a brighter, more advanced future. At this juncture, I, Sonu Beni, PhD research scholar, Amrita School of Pharmacy, is taking the privilege to be the host of the day, and with much happiness, let me welcome each and every one of you to the National Science Day Celebration 2025 hosted by Indian Pharmacy Association, Kerala State Branch. With great enthusiasm, let's begin today's event with a prayer song. To invoke the blessings of the God Almighty, let me welcome the choir team of Lisi College of Pharmacy.
ലോകം മുഴുവൻ സുഖം പകരാനായി സ്നേഹദീപമേ മിഴി തുറക്കൂ. ലോകം മുഴുവൻ സുഖം പകരാനായി സ്നേഹദീപമേ മിഴി തുറക്കൂ. കഥന നിവാരണ കനിവിന്നുറവേ കാട്ടിൻ നടുവിൽ വഴി തെളിക്കൂ. ലോകം മുഴുവൻ സുഖം പകരാനായി സ്നേഹദീപമേ മിഴി തുറക്കൂ. പുല്ലിൽ പൂവിൽ പുഴുവിൽ കിളിയിൽ വന്യജീവിയിൽ ശലഭത്തിൽ ജീവബിന്ദുവിൽ നമനം തൂകിയ ലോകപാലക ജഗദീശ. ലോകം മുഴുവൻ സുഖം പകരാനായി സ്നേഹദീപമേ മിഴി തുറക്കൂ.
Thank you for the soulful rendition. Now let's move forward with the formal proceedings of the day. To officially welcome our esteemed dignitaries and the guests and the participants, now I invite Dr. John Joseph, Honorary Secretary of IPA Kerala State Branch and Professor Emeritus, Lisi College of Pharmacy, to deliver the welcome address. As we know, he is a great and experienced academician who is known for his dedication and sincerity, and he is very active in all the activities of IPA by making significant contributions to the field of pharmaceutical education and research. With much happiness and respect, let me welcome John sir for the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sonam. Before we move on, let me welcome you, because you also have been a very strong pillar of all the pharmaceutical activities in the state. At the outset, let me also welcome you. As we know, the theme for the year 2025 is empowering Indian youth for global leadership in science and innovation for Viksit Bharat. We all know that Indian brains are in great demand all over the world. Many of our great scientists are working abroad, maybe for different reasons. But now it's a time for youngsters, especially the youth, which you all belong to actually, the students of the pharmacy colleges in the state. It is time for you to take the leadership in all the activities, all the scientific activities in the globe, around the globe. So I hope today's reveals everything will be beneficial for you to make up a great career in pharmaceutical sciences. We have a great
Hello.
academician and a scientist who is keenly involved in drug design. That is none other than Dr. G.
And then?
Shastri. He is the chief guest of the day and also the keynote.
Hello. Okay,
Very happy to have you here, sir, today. I'm sure that your insights, especially into the most recent happenings, that is the artificial intelligence, and what's the effect of artificial intelligence in academia as well as industry. We are very happy to have you here today, sir. And on behalf of the IPA Kerala State Branch and all the students and the faculties and scientists all over Kerala, we have great honor to welcome you, sir. Hearty welcome, sir. Let me also welcome our president, Dr. P. Jayashekhar. In fact, it is his vision and leadership which has taken IPA Kerala State Branch to heights. We are very happy, sir, that you are with us. And on behalf of all participants, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. P. Shekhar. Another very well-known faculty in our state and all over India is Dr. K. Krishna Kumar. He is the chairman of the Education Forum of the IPA Kerala State Branch. His contributions to IPA as well as to the academia is enormous. So we are very happy to have you here today, sir. On behalf of all gathered here, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. K. Krishna Kumar, Principal of St. James College of Pharmaceutical Sciences.
Thank you, sir.
We also have two great scientists who've been awarded among the 2% of the world's scientists. Dr. Sabida, Principal of Amrita School of Pharmacy, and Dr. Joe Matthew, again from Amrita School of Pharmacy, Kochi. I'm sure today they will be highlighting the importance of scientific research. All of you will be benefited by that. So I welcome Dr. Bijo as well as Dr. Sabida to this gathering. We also have two young scientists who are also part of the academia. Dr. Sherin Hamid of Associate Professor at College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Thiruvananthapuram. Dr. Julie Kudian, Associate Professor, BC College of Pharmacy at Nagpur. The way they have taken pain to reach this height is actually commendable. And I'm sure their experience will be a motivation for all of us here. So welcome, Dr. Sherin, Dr. Julie.
Thank you, sir.
We're also happy to have Dr. David Paul. He is going to be one of the great leaders, great scientists in our country soon. The potential he has is actually enormous. I'm sure we should be really thankful to Dr. David Paul for arranging all this, especially for inviting our chief guest today. Happy welcome to you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
David Paul. We have a host of IPS Secretariat members, a lot of teachers, and eminent scientists from all over Kerala. On behalf of IPA Kerala State Branch, I extend a warm welcome to all the senior scientists as well as the faculty members. And again, it is actually the students who are going to be the pillars in the coming generations. And I'm sure you'll be enlightened today and you'll be motivated to take up research and to make a career in research and discoveries. So once again, I welcome all the young participants the youth of India who can become global leaders. A warm welcome to you all. And I hope today you'll be all enlightened and you'll receive something so that your future will be beneficial. Thank you once again, all of you, and a hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we extend a warm welcome to you as well.
Thank you so much.
Science is a tool that bridges the past, present, and the future. To deliver the National Science Day message 2025, we are honored to have us a dedicated academician whose unwavering efforts to uplift the activities of IPA and the pharmacy education and profession that is significantly enhancing our society. Let me take the privilege to welcome Dr. P. Jayashekhar, President, IPA Kerala State Branch and the former Dean, College of Pharmacy, National University of Science and Technology, Muscat, to deliver the National Science Day message 2025. With much happiness and respect, I welcome you, Jayashekhar, sir, to deliver the National Science Day message. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sonu, for the nice words of introduction. Good morning to one and all. Very, very happy to be part of this National Science Day. Warm greetings to all of the young blood of pharmacy, as well as the senior faculty members. Warm greetings. The chief guest of the day and keynote speaker, Dr. Narahari Shastri Sahab, eminent scientist of India and also an awardee of Sandhi Swarup and Patnagar Prize, professor of biotechnology, IIT Hyderabad. The distinguished researchers of the day, Dr. Sabida M, Dr. Bijoy Matthew, young scientists of the day, Dr. Shireen Ahmad, Dr. Julie Kurian, Honorary Secretary of IPA Kerala State Branch, a passionate teacher, Dr. John Joseph, Chairman of Education Forum, and yet another passionate teacher and leader of pharmacy education, Dr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. David Paul, convener of Education Division, distinguished invitees, faculty members, principals of various colleges, my dear students. Indeed, it's a proud moment for all of us to celebrate National Science Day on 28th of February every year to commemorate the discovery of Raman effect by Sri C.V. Raman, who brought the first Nobel Prize in Science to our land. As you know, this year's theme is, as our Honorary Secretary noted, the powering Indian youth for global leadership in science and innovation for Viksit Bharat. I will say it's a congratulations indigenous development of Viksit Bharat, and the theme highlights the strong bonding between the science technology with the national development. As we know, pharmaceutical science is involved in drug discovery, development, quality control, manufacturing, clinical studies, medicine management, etc. Thereby, the pharmacy education and program is unique, having the blend of science, technology, and practice together in our curriculum and practice. But we have to translate the achievements in science and technology for Viksit Bharat. That shall be our mission. Dear students, please develop a strong interest in science, inquisitiveness to know the new discoveries, urge to develop skill in problem solving and critical thinking. We need brains for the future of nation, and it depends upon you, the young pharma students, as well as the Indian students, Indian youth. We need brain for the future of nation, and depends on you also. The science education research shall be for a purpose, not simply earning a degree or some position. As teachers, we have the moral responsibility to inculcate research mindset in our students, encouraging them to challenge or questioning why it happens, how it happens, etc. And these words should stimulate the research mindset of our students. No doubt, science, journal clubs, debates clubs, etc. in the campus would foster critical thinking and research culture. But we have to encourage the students to come up that level. The National Education Policy 2020 also envisages high quality teaching research process along with a dedicated blend of research also. Then only research is an integral part of education. Without research, there is no progress. Let us encourage the young talents to take part in the translational research for societal need. Our research projects, startup innovations, incubators service, etc., shall target on strengthening the academia and industry partnership to stimulate the contribution that develop the national economy as well as social development and well-being of the nation. I am sure that Dr. Narahari, the chief guest, as well as the keynote speaker of the great scientist of India, will ignite our minds to focus on the impact of AI in academia and industry, how best we can adopt it for the scientific advancement. We have to translate the achievements in science and technology for Viksit Bharat. That shall be our vision and mission. And on behalf of IPA Kerala State Branch, we wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Narahari, the chief guest, and other distinguished scientists of today's platform, virtual platform, to share their research experience to stimulate the youth, and their mindset has to be transformed. I take the opportunity to thank the team consisting of Dr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Sabida, Dr. Bobby John, Dr. Fel Saju, Dr. David Paul, Dr. Arun Rashid, who took a proactive role in forming a science discussion group, especially in drug discovery and designing, and also a novel drug delivery system to foster research culture among the young students and junior faculty members. That's a flagship program of IPA Kerala State Branch. That last year we started this one. I hope that this will be encouraging the students to come up for critical thinking, problem solving, and also having a bent for research. Let us hope more discoveries will take place in medicinal as well as the pharmaceutical field for the Viksit Bharat 2047. Let me conclude by stating the famous quotation or quote of Dr. C.V. Raman: ask the right questions. Ask the right question and nature will open the doors for her secrets. Thank you once again for joining the National Science Day. I welcome all of you on behalf of IPA and stay safe and blessed. Happy National Day. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your inspiring speech. Now it's a time to introduce our very distinguished chief guest and the keynote speaker of the day. For this, let me invite one of the very dear teacher of pharma students who is known for his professional commitment and for his commitment towards the students and the unwavering commitment towards the professional activities with utmost sincerity. Let me welcome Dr. K. Krishna Kumar, Chairman, Educational Forum, IPA Kerala State Branch, and Principal, St. James College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Chalakudi, to introduce our chief guest, the keynote speaker, and the topic of the day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sonu. Very good morning to one and all, and welcome to the 2025 National Science Day. The most respected President of IPA Kerala State Branch, Dr. P. Jayasekhar sir, and also the chief guest and the resource person of the day, Professor Dr. Narahari Shastri sir, and the different scientists from the messages which we are exchanging today's national seminar with our Dr. Sabida, the principal, Amrita School of Pharmacy, and also Dr. Bijo Matthew, the professor and head the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry from Amrita, and also Sherin from Trivandrum Medical College, and also Julie from DC College of Pharmacy, and Dr. David, and also the most experienced academician, Dr. John sir, of the Secretary of IPA, and my dear students of various colleges from the state. 28th February is celebrated as National Science Day in India. Is celebrated to commemorate the discovery of the Raman effect, which led to Sir C.V. Raman winning the Nobel Prize. Raman effect is phenomenon in spectroscopy discovered by the eminent physicist Sir Chandrasekhara Venkata Raman in 1928. After 2 years in 1930, he got the Nobel Prize for this remarkable discovery, and this was the first Nobel Prize for his remarkable discovery, and this was the first Nobel Prize for India in the field of science. In 1986, the National Council of Science and Technology and Communication asked the Government of India to designate 28 February as National Science Day, which then Government of India accepted and declared the day as National Science Day in 1986. The first National Science Day was celebrated on February 28, 1987. The National Science Day is celebrated to spread a message about the importance of science used in the daily life of people. Before entering to the introduction of our resource person, we just think about what exactly this Raman effect is. When a monochromatic beam of light passes through a transparent sample of any substance, a part of the incident light scatters in directions other than that of the incident beam. The scattered light consists of three types of light waves. This is pure physics. In that, three different lines are Rayleigh lines. In that, there is no loss or gain of energy, no change in the wavelength, but most of the light bounces back unchanged. But here, the Raman, Sir C.V. Raman has discovered some portion of that light has scattered and it's coming back. He called it as Stokes-Raman lines and anti-Stokes-Raman lines. In that, a small part of the scattered light loses its energy and bouncing back with a lower energy, but high wavelength than that of the incident light. This is the one line. And the other case, anti-Stokes-Raman line, it is very rarely some portions of the scattered lights gains energy, but bouncing back with a higher energy and shorter wavelength. So the Raman effect is, thus the Stokes-Raman line and anti-Stokes-Raman line have wavelength different from that of the incident light. This phenomena of the change in the wavelength of some part of the scattered light is called Raman effect. Even in our pharmaceutical industry, especially in spectroscopy, in the quality control, as well as the quality assurance departments, widely we are using this Raman effect, this Raman spectroscopy. This year, 2025, the theme is already, John Joseph sir has already, the theme of the National Science Day is empowering Indian youth for the global leadership in science and innovation for Viksit Bharat. The impact of artificial intelligence, AI, on pharmacy, academia, and industry is multifaceted, driving significant changes across research, education, and practice in pharmacy. Here is a general overview. In the pharmacy academia, if you take the transforming education, AI is enabling personalized learning experiences, adapting to individual student needs. If you take the advancing in research, AI accelerates the discovery by analyzing large data sets and identifying potential drug targets. AI is reshaping the pharmaceutical landscape, offering opportunities to improve efficiency, advance research, and enhance the patient care too. When coming to pharmaceutical industry, there is ever increase in the use of AI tools in the field of drug discovery, clinical trial, and supply of chain management, etc. The resource person of this session is Professor Dr. G. Narahari Shastri, a legend in drug discovery and development. It's my pride, privilege to speak about Professor Narahari sir, a professional leader who has brought countless reforms in research. Professor G. Narahari Shastri is currently working as a professor in the Department of Biotechnology, IIT Hyderabad, and prior to joining IIT Hyderabad in 2024, Professor Shastri was the director of CSIR Northeast Institute of Science and Technology, Jorhat, Assam, from February 2019 onwards. Professor Shastri has made fundamental contributions in the areas of computational and theoretical chemistry, and the theoretical organic chemistry and reaction mechanism, software and database development for drug discovery, non-covalent interaction, cooperativity of non-covalent interactions, computer-aided drug design. Professor Shastri secured with various prestigious awards. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Chemical Sciences 2011, one of the highest prizes for the science and engineering in India. National Bioscience Award DBT in 2009. BM Birla Award in 2001. Dr. BC Dev Memorial Award 2009 and CRSI Bronze Medal in 2011 and the same CRSI Silver Medal in 2024. We wish even CRSI Gold Medal also very short span of time, Sir may get it. He is having various fellowship such as Swarna Jayanti Fellowship 2005 by DST, Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship, and Sir G.C. Bose National Fellow, Fellow of INSA, National Academy of Science, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry FRSC, Fellow of Association of Biotechnology and Pharmacy, and Telangana State Academy of Sciences, Andhra Pradesh Academy of the Sciences, and the Fellow of Biotech Research Society in India, and recently, Sir got the Lifetime Achievement Award 2024 for excellence in teaching and research from BioPlus. Apart from all these, he is having around 330 research papers, around 14,000 citations, and H-index is 56. Sir has guided around 30 PhDs and 20 postdoctoral fellows, and also around 250 students have done internship on short-term projects under Sir. Professor Shastri's current focus is on employing the artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches, along with the mathematical modeling to address the fundamental problems in science and technology. At this bright moment, I invite our chief guest, Dr. Shastri Sir, to initiate the keynote address on the impact of artificial intelligence on pharmacy, academia, and industry. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you, and I extend my warm wishes on the occasion of the National Science Day. Dr. Krishna Kumar, thanks for your nice introduction. And I would like to thank Professor Jayashekhar, the President of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Kerala branch, for approaching me and then giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Professor John Joseph, Professor David Paul, and Dr. Savita, Dr. Bijo Matthew, and all of you. It's very interesting to come here and then celebrate a very nice thing called National Science Day. It is not the birthday of C.V. Raman, but it is the birth of a phenomena which gave Professor Raman a first unshared Nobel Prize for an Asian. And good 80 years after that, whole of Asia did not get an unshared Nobel Prize. That is the type of impact that Professor Raman has made. You all have to realize that Professor Raman did not have a formal PhD. At the age of 19 years, he went to a local doctor and they told him that he is not fit to travel abroad in a ship because his health does not permit. So he could not do his education, and he got the Indian Civil Service examination. And in the Indian Civil Service examination, he was initially for a few months in Nagpur and then went to Calcutta in Accountant General Office, wherein he was known as one of the most efficient officers. When he is going to his office, one day he saw that there is an old building, which is currently known as the Indian Association of Cultivation of Sciences, where he has approached Professor Ashutosh Mukherjee that he wanted to do some work outside his office hours. And he never compromised on his duties as an accountant general, and he did very, very efficiently. But during the spare time, he has done his research on his own using a person who is actually taking care of that building. He's not a physics graduate or a physics PhD. And together, with his help, he was conducting some experiments. And after some time, he was very much fell in love and he wanted to give up his civil service job, which was paying 1100 rupees at that time with lots of assistance, and wanted to join as a palette professor in Calcutta University for only 400 rupees. That was a very, very bold decision. And he did that. And then he went as an FRS for his work on spectroscopy in liquid crystals. At that particular point of time, when he got a fellow of Royal Society, he was trying to disprove that this experimental error in spectroscopy, as was mentioned by Dr. Krishna Kumar, that you have an incident light and you have an emitted light. They have some small differences in their frequency. So the scattered light, according to 90% of the scattered light, or more than 90%, should have the same frequency as the incident light. That is called Rayleigh scattering. But he found out that there are some small problems. He was thinking that there's an experimental problem. And he wanted to correct that. And he was trying to disprove Raman effect. But when he come back, he realized that these are not the problems. These are the actual phenomena. And he went back to think why they are coming out the way they are coming. What is the effect of that? Scattering light, Stokes lines and anti-Stokes line, which is corresponding to the energy difference between the vibrational spectra, which has given us a only spectroscopic tool which will measure the symmetric normal modes in the vibrational spectrum. The selection rule for IR spectra is that there should be a change in the dipole moment from the ground state to an excited state. But those are not those frequencies which are very important, symmetric frequencies, can be measured only by Raman. Now also, a lot of people are working on Raman effect, and we are very proud that Raman has discovered. And I just wanted to speak. We can go on speaking a lot about the Raman effect, but I wanted to speak about pharmacy, and from a very simple way. My first slide is visible? Hello?
It does not come.
It did not come?
No.
Okay. So I will try to share it. So we are I have to share the screen. How about now? Hello?
Oh, sir, no.
Not yet. So I will try one more time. And yes. So I just wanted to talk about share the entire screen. What's happening? I'm audible. So am I a co-host?
Your co-host, no, sir.
Sir, go for a share full screen instead of trying for PPT. Better to go for a full screen. Then you select the particular PPT folder, so it will be fine.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do. And yes, now I know what is the mistake that I have done.
It's coming. It's coming out.
Okay, finally. So thank you very much. So I just wanted to tell you very briefly about pharmaceutical drug discovery, which may be interesting to some of you. And things can be viewed at different levels of complexity. And I will start from the very beginning, wherein how the traditional drug discovery is there, how are the current challenges, what are the computational approaches and some indigenous efforts. And then I will try to look at disease, health and aging issues, wherein artificial intelligence and machine learning is indispensable. All of you know that there are different types which require different types of techniques that has to be used. And for self-reliant India, scientific temper is very important. And this year, Science Day theme is empowering Indian youth for global leadership in science and innovation for Viksit Bharat. So the goal is the Viksit Bharat. For that, we need to be leaders in science and innovation, and we will have to empower them. Who will empower a person? I don't think that somebody else can empower. It's not that the Prime Minister can empower or a Chief Minister can empower or your teacher can empower. They can empower you provided you have a strong desire to be powerful. There are very, very good opportunities that are there. And science always look at new space. We want to ask questions that no and why. And Professor Jayashekhar has mentioned that Raman's curiosity is ask questions. Always ask why things are happening the way they are happening. Science is nothing but you see what everybody sees, but you get different insights. Like we know the famous stories of Newton or the famous story of Alexander Fleming and also the most famous story of C.V. Raman. It's not that the why sky is blue. Everybody knows why things are like that, but he's coming with new ways of answering that. So engineering is very important, where we will have to innovate, invent. And technology is also very important, where innovation is very important and scalability is very important. So in drug discovery, traditionally, we require only people who have to get somehow that there is a material which will act as a therapy. So there, in drug discovery, pharmacists were playing an important role, or people who will collect herbs or collect some bhasmas or collect some organic materials which will be used as therapeutics. You will be surprised to know that even the petroleum products were used as therapeutics in the beginning. And the biggest therapeutic in 19th century is the so-called the pain relievers, which are like heroin, nicotine, and many of the compounds which can be dissolved in water are used as therapeutics because they are all derived from the plants. But in 1970s, chemists have played a very important role, mainly because the structural characterization of the molecules have become easy, and we are able to know the structures of molecules because NMR, X-ray crystallography, and the other techniques are coming. And more importantly, we are able to synthesize some molecules which will have a therapeutic potential. So medicinal chemistry, natural products chemistry have thrived quite a bit. And in 90s, biologists are playing an important role, where they wanted to know that which target a particular small molecule will hit. And in the last 2-3 decades, computer scientists are playing a very important role. So basically, it is based on logic, representation, reasoning, probabilistic modeling, learning, calculations, and all these approaches are playing a very, very important role. And people are also using some first principles calculations in classical mechanics, quantum mechanics, and statistical mechanical applications. So it is becoming a highly interdisciplinary science. Let us try to revise some of the fundamental assumptions or hypotheses that we have in drug discovery, where you have drug receptor interaction is seen as a lock and a key. The key is a drug and the lock is the receptor. How do you find what is the best fit for that? This is a very, very simplistic approach where you have a one disease, one target, and one drug. But one has to see that this is not as simple as that. It may be a good model, but it has lots of limitations because the molecular recognition or how this lock and key interact with each other depends on various factors. And first of all, the key has to reach the lock. It may be the right key, but you have to put it in the right lock, in the right place. So molecular recognition is an event. It's a process involving two dynamically changing structures. So you can try to see how various small molecules will have a complementary interaction with the lock. And another assumption that we have is there is a relationship between the structure and its function. Physical, chemical, and biological properties are determined by the molecular structure. What does it mean? Similar molecules are expected to have similar properties. So this also has lots of limitations. What do I mean by that? Let us now try to look at some very similar looking molecules, 8 of them, right? So if you try to look, these molecules are very, very similar. However, if you ask what is the volume and surface potentials, they have some patterns which are emerging. And it's very difficult to say which is similar and which is different. When you ask a question that hydrophobic and polar regions, so there is a different types of similarity pattern which is emerging. If you look at hydrogen bonding donating potentials, you have a yet another pattern which is emerging. You have hydrogen bond accepting potentials. You have yet another pattern. Molecular electrostatic potential. You have yet another pattern. So the same group of molecules will have completely different clusters or classes depending on the question that you have. So while we say that structurally similar molecules, what do you mean by structure? There is a geometric structure, there is an electronic structure, and you can also have a structure based on the polar and non-polar surfaces. You can also have a structure based on the ability to donate hydrogen bonds and receive hydrogen bond. You can also have a structure based on van der Waals radii. You can have a structure based on the molecular electrostatic potential, and so on and so forth. So even if you look at the simple structure, one way to look at it is you just wanted to know where are the nuclei in a molecule are disposed with respect to each other. But what about electrons? Electrons we will not be able to say where they are. But nuclei also, even at 0 degree Kelvin, they are not at rest. They will always be under vibrations, which we call it as 0-point vibration energy. So you will be able to define them as one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, or higher-dimensional thing. And you have a various way of representing these molecules. It is also possible to represent a molecule with an alphanumerical string called smiles. But if you want to give any information to a computer, you will have to use it in a Boolean logic. So that is called bit vector. So you can try to tell the structure of a molecule based on the bit vector. And there are so many different ways of representing the molecules. So as you become simple and simple, the information will become easier to pass, but there is a compromise on the piece of information. So I just wanted to say that there are different ways. So I just wanted to tell that there are different ways in which you can publish papers. You can try to look at targets that are there, and you can try to find out which small molecules will be interacting with them, or you can collaborate with experimentalists, or you can try to benchmark a particular theoretical method, or you can develop some new theoretical methods, and you will be able to contribute to the development of knowledge. And you can develop different strategies like different paths like inhibitor design, non-covalent interactions, and we can try to study drug metabolism, molecular dynamics, virtual screening, targets, and database development. I'm just showing you all these things, not because I just wanted to have a publicity type of a thing. We can publish a lot of papers by looking at different aspects. But we also have to see that the questions that we want to ask and the way in which things are happening is changing very, very continuously. So we have computer-aided drug design identify the cause based on the pain and symptoms to treat the disease. So this is a need-based approach. So diagnose with modern testing facilities to find What is the problem? This is the logic-based approach. Personalized health focusing disease symptoms and progression at different levels, that is a purpose-based approach. So when you have a need-based approach, you have a particular path. If you have a logic-based approach, you have a different path. You have a purpose-based approach, you have yet another path. But when you have a purpose-based approach, a personalized health focusing, the way in which a disease is manifested in one individual, it may not be manifested exactly in the same individual, in the other individuals. So the personalized medicine become very important. So if you look at the services in the market, the lead optimization, hit to lead or hit generation, target validation, and target identification are seen as some of the very, very important aspects in a pharmaceutical industry. So they play a very important role. And by 2030, people expect that the overall opportunity is becoming more, and we have more small molecules, discovery is increasing, but more importantly, the biologics are increasing. This is one way to look at how the pharmaceutical industry is changing. And there is a lot of future in computer-aided drug design. And I just wanted to say that if you look at the pharma contribution to India's GDP growth, it's about 2%. And in 2021, our Indian pharmaceutical market is standing at 42 billion, but it is expected to more than triple by 2030. It is going to be around 130 billion, while we are third by volume in terms of the pharmacy exports. We are almost 14 by value. What does it mean? People say that Hyderabad is a pharma capital, but they are just mostly working on generics. In terms of the volume of medicines that we produce, we are one of the best. We are third by volume. But if you try to actually look at value, we are very, very small portion. It is because we are not focusing on the larger challenges that are there. So while IT gives around 7.5% of the GDP, pharma and biopharma are giving about 2% or slightly less than that. So we will have to somehow see that how we can work. And this is some proposal that we wanted to do, that we need to have molecules, formulations, computations, and biologics and biosimilars, where we will have to bring all of them together. So I wanted your particular attention to computation. In computation, when you talk about computation or computer-aided drug design, you will know mostly docking, QSAR, pharmacophore-based mapping, virtual screening, ADMET modeling, drug likeliness, Lipinski rules, and so on and so forth. And afterwards, free energy perturbation, binding calculations, molecular dynamics simulations. But I wanted to tell you that when I proposed it recently, in computation, we have large language models, generative AI, modeling, data science, AI/ML, screening and lead optimization, digital process design, bioinformatics, genomics, multiomics. So the way in which things are emerging in 2025 and 2024 are very different. Maybe when I started teaching, because I was teaching molecular modeling and computer-aided drug design for the last 30 years. 30 years before, it was mostly on drug discovery. I was focusing more on QSAR, pharmacophore modeling, and docking. But now things are very, very different. I just wanted to tell you that there are challenges based on the delivery route, drug-drug interactions, differentiation from current therapies, dosing frequency, cost of the drugs is a big challenge, and more importantly, risk of misuse, tolerable side effects, safety in some selected population like pregnant women and other people, dose adjustments. And we also have to monitor how this particular drug usage is affecting other organs. So there are very, very complicated questions that are being posed. And current trends is drug discovery and development, enabling virtual screening. Precision medicine is becoming very important. Drug repurposing is coming as a big challenge. What is drug repurposing? You will have a drug developed for a particular disease. You wanted to know whether that particular drug can be used for another disease. That becomes very important. And supply chain optimization. We all know during COVID, there was a big problem when the initial raw products does not come from China. Our whole pharmaceutical industry was in danger. Regulatory compliance has become very important, where AI is playing a very important role. Clinical trial optimization and drug delivery and drug formulations, wherein artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and symbolic AI are absolutely becoming very, very important. There are a lot of applications in this, and there are different bottlenecks that are there, and there are different in silico methodologies which are coming up. I'm trying to go through so that I will be able to finish my talk in time. I wanted to tell you that my group is very much interested in developing a software called molecular property diagnostic software, because in India, the drug discovery software is very expensive. And people are not able to work in drug discovery because the software is very expensive. So we wanted to actually have a software which is free. And not only that, the another problem that we have is we have software which will be working on one of the many techniques that are there in drug discovery. Our focus is a little bit novel. So we wanted to develop a software or a web portal for a given disease. So in 2017, we have a large group of people. These people, I can see that this is all Indian group. 57 authors are there, where 8 to 10 leaders are there. We all have published a paper in an Indian journal, which is the first comprehensive software which can be used for drug discovery against a particular disease. That is Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And this is evolving. In 2018, we published another software which is for diabetes mellitus. And recently, we have published a software for COVID-19, where you will have all the information on a disease, because each of them is specific to a particular disease. Literature, target library, gene library, data library, which are in green, which are mostly associated with the disease. But we have data processing, data analysis, some advanced machine learning modules like ensemble models, classification models, and regression models that are there. And we have data analysis model. And we also have a chemoinformatics module using compound library and fragment library. And we also have some predictive models. The things on red are essentially disease independent. And this is developed as a one-stop solution for a particular disease. And I just wanted to tell you that there is a problem that Indian academia and Indian students have difficulty to utilize the software because it's very expensive. But we would like to develop a software, and then this software is open to all, and then people can use it, and people can also participate in developing the new methods in this. So I just wanted to tell you that this particular idea, our MPDS suite aims to facilitate transparent and open innovation. This approach significantly helps bringing inclusiveness in the community while promoting free access and participation in software development. Our idea is to have a software which is available to all academia, whether it is in India or abroad, where people don't have to pay. We are developing it on Galaxy platform, and Galaxy, by definition, is a community idea, and all the tools which are developed by our group was put in this GitHub. If some of you probably know that this GitHub is a place where you can publicly deposit your software, and our software is such that we have modules which will be divided as disease independent modules and disease dependent modules. Whereas a lot of these drug discovery tools are essentially independent of disease. So if I try to make this very robust disease independent modules, 60 to 70% of the modules are common among the different diseases. So I just have to develop a disease dependent modules which can be continuously be upgraded, and this will be very useful to the community. So we try to work a lot on the chemical space. So this is two very important databases that are indigenously developed in our group. And we are also trying to look at how various AI/ML tools large language models and generative AI and LLM models are playing a very important role in almost every branch of science. This is a new thing. Most of you may be knowing about ChatGPT. ChatGPT has come only 1.5 years before, but it is now transforming everything. And there are so many other generative AI models which are coming. The large language models are playing a very important role. So I think this is extremely important. And we are now trying to see that most of you have to get into this large language models. There is absolutely no other way. Prior understanding, knowledge, reasoning, role playing, planning, using of tools, and all these things are available. So just like that, I'm a language model, how can I assist you? Could you please tell me importance of predicting models? Then it will tell something. You can ask any questions under the roof, including the fact that how do you prevent Russia-Ukraine war? How do we deal with this? So it is giving some answers, but these techniques have to be used to very, very effectively employ and then increase the efficiency of our work. So there are different ways in which we can use the generative AI. For the want of time, I just wanted to tell you that you can read quite a bit. You can learn these generative AI models, and don't be afraid that you are weak in mathematics, but it will be very easy to work. And another area that we wanted to focus is, what is the relationship between disease, health, and aging? This is a particular area that we are working. The WHO definition of health, which was in 1949, which says that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. It's not that if you want to be healthy, you should be physically healthy, mentally healthy, and more importantly, socially healthy. But in addition to that, recently, WHO is trying to adopt that in addition to physical, mental, and social, emotional and spiritual health. Spiritual health means how enthusiastic you are to take it up, and these are very, very important. So there is a relationship between disease and health. If there is a perturbation to health, disease will manifest. So how do you quantify health? There is a scope to develop a mathematical model for that. And disease is different from sickness, is different from illness and malady. And there are ways, disease is different from disorder. Diabetes is not a disease, it's a disorder. And cancer, in my view, it's a disorder. It may be a disease in some other way, but how these things are coming, we will have to see. Professor Jayashekhar, how long I can take? Another 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yes, sir, 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. So we will have to quantify it. We will have to say that what are the physical things? What is pain, frailty, aging, inflammation, infection? These are very, very important. Pain is an unmet medical need. You say that you have a back pain and some other pain, an arthritic pain, go to a doctor, and they have absolutely no way of addressing that. Frailty, you are weak. You go to a physician, he will do all the tests or she will do all the tests, and it's very, very difficult. So mental health and social health, these become very important, and we have a large number of factors which are coming. And our group is now focusing on biological age, chronological age, psychological age, functional age, emotional age, which is very important. There may be an 80-year-old who might be working as effectively as a 60-year-old. Or there may be a 40-year-old, he will be as old as an 80-year-old. The chronological age is not a good parameter. I normally get very much surprised when I go to Japan that the taxi drivers, their age is written as a name board. And most of them are 75 to 80 years or 85 years I have seen. An 85-year-old is a taxi driver, very well dressed. He can take your 20-kilo thing and then put in a trunk, and functionally he is very active. So we are working on developing metrics for biological, chronological, and functional age. One key area is how different organs age differently in humans, what we can learn from other organisms, what are circadian rhythms, nutrition, lifestyle, and other diseases. So we are now trying to connect age and pain. So there are different factors like rare diseases, metabolic disorders, lifestyle, which are also involved in diet, obesity, hypertension, overcrowding. So when such different parameters come, the traditional drug discovery approaches will not work, and we will have to use artificial intelligence and machine learning and data-driven approaches, generative AI approaches. And we have many other factors which are important, like behavior factors, pigmentation, and aging, which give a lot of data. And with this data, we will be able to get some information. And again, population, age, physical health, mental health, environmental factors. When a lot of data is being thrown in, we will have to see how do we develop this. On top of it, personalized medicine, predictive, preventive, and participatory thing. This becomes very important. And there's a lot of scope, my dear friends. Especially I see a lot of young people. You will have to think differently. You will have to create your own market. One of the biggest problems in India is we are very good in following. It's a big consumer market. We are very, very poor in innovate. It's very important for us to innovate, and for that, academia and industry come together is essential, and academicians should focus more on knowledge, and industry should focus on converting this knowledge to wealth, and strong capacity and capability building exercise is very, very important. And I just wanted to tell you that most of the young people, they wanted to become academicians, but the jobs in academia are very less. You have academicians, your M.Pharm, B.Pharm, or PhDs. A small percentage will become academician, and a large percentage will be joining industry. And a reasonably good percentage will make their own startup. So when you are in B.Pharm, when you are in M.Pharm, you should be thinking about a startup and industry as your options. You all cannot be just keeping quiet and then say that I will pass my B.Pharm and I will pass my M.Pharm with good grades, and somebody else has to give you jobs. My dear friends, I wanted you to be like C.V. Raman. We will have to get this takeaway message that he doesn't want to really do anything. He just give away everything to do science. And he's not a very pleasant person to interact. Even when he was 75 years, he wanted to work on plants and music and strings, where he doesn't want to be disturbed. And from Calcutta, he came to IISc Bangalore. From IISc also, he was not comfortable. And the government has created Raman Research Institute, where he doesn't want to meet anybody because he's very, very serious. He says that scientists at work don't disturb. So he will be walking in his place. And a lot of young people like you, school children or college children, would like to go in and see him. And nobody can disturb him. And they will be just watching him from the grill as if they are seeing a lion or a tiger from this. So scientific passion is very different, and you don't have to worry about it. And if people have a scientific passion, that will be very good. All of that I can do because I have fantastic, fantastic students. These were the batch of students when I was in IISc Hyderabad. I left IISc, and these are the two batches when I was in Jorhat. And in IIT Hyderabad, I am beginning now. This is also becoming, this is about 6 months back. Now I have 10 people in my group, and we are doing completely different things. I just wanted to tell you that the name of my lab is a fifth paradigm lab, because you know that first paradigm is experiments, and the second paradigm is theory, third paradigm is modeling, fourth paradigm is data science. Fifth paradigm is integrating everything. It is to work along with the machines, human-machine interaction, to collect all the knowledge and how we can generate wealth from this knowledge. That's very important. And we as a nation has brilliant minds, but only thing is we are not very keen to become rich. All of you are interested to become rich, right? So that desire, you can become rich only when you are having knowledge. The knowledge is the biggest asset. It is the education and knowledge that will make you rich, not just some property. So I wish all of you to aim high and achieve the best, and follow our great leaders like C.V. Raman, our most beloved APJ Abdul Kalam, who says that you should always think high. And please try to understand that you are very important for the nation. All the best, and Jai Shekhar ji and all of you for Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm
Thank
happy.
you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the time and for your nice words. Over to Sonu, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Shastri sir. We are truly fortunate to have you with us today, and we deeply acknowledge your valuable insights and inspiring thoughts and your presence with us today. Thank you so much, sir. And also, I would like to thank Krishna Kumar sir for your nice introduction about the speaker and about the topic. Thank you, Krishna Kumar sir. As we know, the top 2% scientists recognized by the Stanford University in 2024 represent the pinnacle of global scientific excellence with their contributions driving innovation and shaping the future of research. This prestigious honor, based on standardized citation metrics, highlights their groundbreaking discoveries and lasting impact on science and society. At this juncture, we are delighted to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Bijo Matthew, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Amrita School of Pharmacy, a cool chemist who has been recognized as a top 2% scientist for the 5 consecutive times in a row. He is a very enthusiastic professor who loves medicinal chemistry maybe more than himself, a passionate researcher with a remarkable high H-index of 46. I think he is the apt person to speak about publications in this platform on the occasion of National Science Day. He's an experienced academician of around 17 years of immense research and teaching experience and the recipient of many prestigious recognitions. We are eagerly looking forward to hearing your insights and experience, sir, as one of the world's top 2% scientists on the topic scientific publications in index journals. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Bijo, you can share the screen also.
Thank you, Sonu.
Yeah.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah. Would like to share your PowerPoints?
Yes. 1 minute.
Yeah, it says come.
Can you share my slides clearly?
It's coming up. Can you double click that?
Yes, it's in. Is it okay now, sir?
The slide has not come.
Already I shared.
The screen is seen, but not the slides. Can you double click the science that on science?
Now?
Link? Just not come. Can you unshare and then again you can keep it?
Okay, 1 minute.
Keep the PowerPoint on and then you. Sonu, can you self-help him?
Oh, sure, sir.
Yeah,
Now?
just come. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, very
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
Okay, so this is actually I don't have a heading for my slides. Okay,
That's
so
okay.
the objective of my topic is I want to share what is meant by 2% scientist, which you retrieved from the Stanford University, and what are the criterias for the publication and what type of research is going on in our Amrita. Okay, so these are the 3 major highlights. So I can take maximum 15 minutes. I know that the time is very short. Okay. Now we will go to the first slide. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir.
So the first of all, this is Stanford University. You know that it is one of the very famous university in the USA. So they only initiated to enlist the list of top 2% scientists from the Scopus database. So according to their citation metrics, so these are the scientists are classified into 22 scientific fields. So if you are going their publication notice, you can see that what are the 22 scientific fields. And among these 22 scientific fields, there are also 174 subfields are there. So that is depending upon the area which you selected. Okay, so what is my primary, advice to all the researchers? So whenever if you're going for a research, you should focus a typical area So then only it should become, because you cannot go for in all the area of research. Suppose if you want to go for a medicinal chemistry in a particular area, so your area should be very focused. Okay, so the Stanford will see about that. And if you're seeing the top 2% scientist list, so these are the two types of list you can see commonly. That there are two lists are there. First one is the career long list, and second is the single year. Single year means and every year they will update that. Okay, so it may be changes during the time of, if your citation is less, definitely it may be you can see some changes. Now we will see that how the Stanford University will make, what type of methodology is they are commonly adopting for getting this list. Okay, so these are the 6 criteria. So the ranking is basically that is the common thing is a C score. C score you can get from their Excel sheet. You can see that the C score, on the base of the C score only, they will retrieve that whether it may be comes in the 2% scientist or not. Okay, so 2% itself, the meaning is very simple. That suppose in your suppose your area is artificial intelligence. Suppose you just identified there are 100 scientists are available in the Scopus to focus on that particular area. So among that, they will calculate the composite indicator, that the C score. So from the C score, they will categorize the ranking 1 to 100. From the 1 to 100, they will select only the 2% which can be comes in the highest ranking. So that is 2%. Suppose if your area is which consists of 1,000 researchers, then the 2% from it is just increased from 2 to 20. If it is 10,000, it is comes to the 200. So that is a way to identify the 2% list. Okay, so these are the common criteria. So they will calculate the total citation, and they will calculate the H index, and they will calculate the HM index. That is a metric system which can be depends upon the coder availability. And the last one is the number of citation per single author, and the number of citation as a first author, and the number of citation as a last author. Okay, so this particular data, no need to deposit anything about regarding this. That the Stanford itself, they have a AI-based software is there. So they will retrieve these 6 criteria from the Scopus. So Scopus, as you know that is the largest database from elsewhere. So they will give this particular data, they will retrieve the data, and they will calculate the C score. Based on the C score, so they will identify that whether it may be in the category of 2% or not. Okay. Now, so this is the so don't think that all the 2% scientists are only available in the world. No, it is not that. So that itself, the Stanford University gave a clear idea that is a long list. So he is a a medical practitioner in the Stanford University. His team only developing this particular database. This that wording is very clear, that is published in the PLOS ONE. So if an author is not in the list, it is simply because of the composite indicator value. It is not enough to appear in the list. It doesn't mean that the author doesn't do good work. So there are many scientists are available in our world. Sometimes, so maybe the C indicator is one of the major factor. Okay, how your research can be impact in the globally. So that's the only concept they will adopt that. Okay, so this is one of the motivational word from the the person who developed this list. Okay, now coming to, this is my elsewhere, that is my certificate from the top 2% scientist. As you know that I started my first career in the 2020. Fortunately, at that time I joined in Amrita, because after that only my career is entirely changed. Okay, so in the 2000 I got a ranking of 5 lakh. That my first ranking from the 2% scientist. I think there are 5,10,000 in the Scopus database. That unfortunately in the 2020 I have only one list. I am involved in the single year only, that is 2020. But coming to the 2021, my ranking is again increases to the 1,28,000 in globally. That it is enlisted in both career and single year. So in both lists I included. And 2020 again, that's my breakthrough. I just 92,000 what is that in globally, because among all the scientists. Then 2023, so the ranking is somewhat different. Again, it is reduced to 93,000. And the last year, 2024, the ranking is it is 76,000. I think in the Amrita, we have 18, what is that? 2% scientist list are there in the single year and the 6 are in the career. Okay, so we have 2 to 3 scientists which is belong to the 20,000 ranking. And by seeing this category, I already told you know that my main category is chemistry and my subfield is medicinal and bioorganic chemistry. And in the ranking of this year is I think in the Scopus, you can see that there is more than 1,59 and 98 peoples are working in the medicinal chemistry. My ranking is 243 among that. Okay, so this is a list they will give that how your impact, because if you're going to that in the research.com, you will get a in a topresearchers.com, that website, you will get a very detailed about all the metrics details. Now, so this is a second, but can you able to hear my voice clear or not? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. So this is one of the another what is that, the problem which we are commonly facing. You see here, I think the last speaker, so he extensively covered all the aspects of their publication, the research strategy, how they are maintaining the research strategy from these past 30 years. So that's a Herculean task. We know that, because in a overnight you cannot become what is that, do all the things. It's a slow process only. So this is one of the major points we can faces in every researchers. You see here, I have a knowledge about the science and research background, but sometimes, not sometimes, in many times, my research papers are rejected. You know that that's one of the serious concerns we are, because whenever if you have some idea, so the execution is one of the major important tasks, because you are dealing with not to the students, you are dealing with the international audience, because our audience is very small. So once you are writing a research paper, because I'm not telling about the review paper, if you want to write a best research paper, so definitely you need to communicate your audience in a proper way. So what type of precaution you should take that, so that we can see that. So these are the common concept. You know that whenever you are submitting a paper, because in initial time in the 10 years back, when you are submitting a paper, you know that I also suffered the same problem. If you are submitting some index journal, something like big journal, I'm telling about that. So those journals which is included in the SI index, that is a science citation index journals. So definitely you can expect two destiny. One is the paper is rejected and another is the paper is accepted. You see here, this is a very common thing, because whenever the same thing I just suffered, you know that once a paper is rejected, definitely. So you may get the depression. Once your paper is accepted, you see here, so the rejection is one of the major problems. So definitely, if you're seeing the case of a normal academician, we know that, okay, we know the chemistry and we know how to teach the students. So, but unfortunately, my ideas are not recognized in the international field. So that's why my paper is rejected. You see, that's why I made a common concept in my own concept. What is that? Rejection is a common, what is that, a practice in an academics publishing. But even though that rejection, even the experienced person also can be undergo the rejection, because one of the thing is, I think the 2025, I think in the I think now they 28, I think I submitted more than 12 papers in a reputed journal. I think in the 12 paper, maybe 8 papers, what is that, rejected. You see here, rejection, I told you know that it's common practice. So by the rejection, so you should be able to, you see here, once you are undergoing the rejection, so it is not the mistake of the journal, it is mistake of your selection of the journal and the execution of the research. Okay, we will see about detail what type of precaution you can adopt during the time of your submission. Clear? So the first concept, can you able to hear my voice clearly? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a problem of online, because sometimes I cannot identify that who will listen. Okay, so you see here, suppose if you are writing a research paper, the first problem of rejection is a wrongful analysis. So that is one of the, so when you are giving a research paper, we know that there are components are abstract, is there, introduction is there, results are there, discussion, conclusion. Okay, so once you identified a result from your research paper, if you are going to analyze in a proper way, definitely that will give a very clear idea to the international audience. So the analysis of your results and the wrongful analysis, especially in the case of, because I am coming from a medicinal chemistry background, so 90% of the our medicinal chemistry papers are rejected due to the purity of my molecules. So that means that once you are submitting the supplementary data as an NMR or C13 or HRMS, so they will clearly identify that what type of problem you can see in the spectra. So that means the analysis is one of the major concepts. So that's why you need a very, a proper analytical, supplementary data is enough, is needed to support your research paper. That's the first one, is a wrongful analysis, unclear hypothesis. So that is one of the other concept is, suppose if you are writing a research paper, you know that in the introduction part itself, you have a very clear, my term is a justified objective. Justified objective means if you want to make a paper, you have 100% of confidence before the writing. So that means at the end of the writing, you should have an objective. That objective finally, it should match with your hypothesis. So if your hypothesis is not clear, so that's why the reviewer can be identified that, so suppose maybe the Dr. Bijoy Matthew's paper, due to the lack of unclear hypothesis, they may be rejected. So wrongful analysis and the objective and hypothesis, that may be in a systematic way. Okay, so that is a second point, because I don't have the time. That's why, otherwise we will have some more examples how to sort out all these problems. Not enough evidence. So nowadays, if you want to submit any paper, the one of the major concept is what is that you need to deposit the supplementary data. As I already told, you know, that if you're concerning about an organic chemist or medicinal chemist, you should deposit some the spectral data, and suppose in the case of nowadays they are not accepting the spectral data, where they need the HPLC analysis, they need the flash chromatographic analysis, because nowadays the world is expanding too much. So that's why you need to have a concrete evidence to support your research. Okay, so the next is weak methodology. That is one of the another concept is, suppose if you are using suppose in a synthetic way, suppose if you are seeing a series of molecules I want to synthesize, suppose if you are using an old technique, so sometimes it may be work out, sometimes definitely that is depends upon the nature of your starting material. So if you adopt a weak methodology, the methodology should be very strong, and you should have a very clear evidence. So how I can improve my methodology for getting a best result. Okay, so that's other reasons for the rejection. And inconclusive result. So that is also very, very important, because the same concept of the wrongful analysis, that is in a different way. And the last one is, that is very important concept, my dear students, violation of research. Can you able to hear my voice clearly?
Yes, sir, we
Yeah,
can.
so this is a violation of the research ethics. That is what, because in our university we have have the Turnitin software. So whenever if you are publishing our paper, we should submit the plagiarism report to our principal. I think it should below the 20%. So we are maintaining such type of standards. And another thing is, this is my advice to my students. You see here, suppose if you are, you know that you may be very good in the Photoshop, or you may be very good in the paint. Suppose sometimes you got a NMR spectrum. So if you if you are a very good chemist, he can identify that this is a problem of my NMR. The problem of my NMR is maybe 1 or 2 peak. That may be appear as an impurity. So if you are a very intelligent chemist, what he can do that, if you know the Photoshop, you can delete that peak. So my dear students, that is a violation of the research ethics. It will not affect the first author. It will affect only the corresponding author. That means who is act as a principal investigating agent. So the question is, if you deposit your, because I think monthly I just reviewed more than 15 to 20 papers from various journals, so I can easily identify that. So once you are making a alteration, how they can identify the alteration means, so definitely after the deposition of all these essay data, all these essay data, your system, the journal portal will convert it into the PDF. So once you expand your PDF, or once you enlarge your PDF, so definitely if it is an altered figure by the use of some external software, the resolution I can identify easily. So please note that that is the original supplementary data and the modified one. So the journal can, or the expert people can identify clearly. So once they identified with a very concrete evidence, definitely you may be blacklisted. That blacklisted, it will not affect the career of a student. It will affect the career of a scientist or the principal investigator student. So, and all the staffs which is assembled here, please note that once you are depositing the supplementary data, you should have a very systematic observation whether it may be violated or not. So suppose if you identified a NMR spectroscopy, if you had, because many cases I did like that only. I identified some of the NMR spectroscopy, I got some impurities. So definitely I will write in the resultant part, these are the impurities, I can tell you, there is no problem in that. So that will give the genuinity, that will give the open mind to the society. So that type of system you should practice, and that type of pledge you should take in the science day itself. Okay. So that's all. Then the next is this is one of the animated story, manuscript submitted. You see here, before my manuscript submitted, you see here I am you see here, already maybe the plagiarism I checked, definitely maybe if it is one or two corresponding order, definitely both corrected. Okay, so definitely, so this is my initial phase. Once is rejected, you see here my face is different. Once this manuscript is revised, then obviously you have some confidence. You see here, whenever you are submitting the paper, definitely if you are a newcomer, you will always see the fate of my whether it may be with editor or whether it is undergo the revision. All the concept you can get from your manuscript portal itself. And sometimes, because recent time only, I think in the 2025, in the August 50, I submitted one of my paper in the ACS. In that ACS, I have two experience in the ACS in this year. One is after the submission, I got the revision. First revision, I revised that, but some of my comments, it doesn't agree with my second reviewer, so immediately he rejected that. At the same time, once I submitted a publication in the Journal of Chemical Information Modeling in an ACS paper, so one of the reviewer is rejected and another reviewer is accepted. So definitely the editor, definitely it is rejected. But we wrote a very clear rebuttal letter regarding the claim of our manuscript, regarding the claim of our novelty. So fortunately, the editor identified the effort which we put in the developing in that. That's a AI-based software development. That is a QSR. Once it is accepted, that's a first Indian software which can be, we will give for the pharmacy field. Okay, so now it is under review, and that is a rejection will commonly will make the disappointment, and commonly it will make some depression. Don't worry about that. Suppose maybe the chance of the third revision is there. If you wrote a very clear rebuttal is there. Okay, so that rebuttal, writing the letter also, that is an art. Okay, I think we will take you some time for a very detailed explanation of all these small concepts, how you will efficiently submit your paper. Okay, I cannot tell that all the time it will not rejected and all the time it will not accept, but I can minimize the degree of rejection by keeping some of the points. Okay. And you see your manuscript is finally accepted. You see here, after the many revision with all the suggestion, definitely. So you see that concept when you see the submission of my initial draft and my final draft, you can expect, you see here the contribution and the advice and the suggestion of the each reviewer markedly will give a drastic change of your manuscript. That's a concept. You hear from the starting to the end, you can see that, oh, you see here my manuscript entirely changed. So sometimes maybe the hypothesis is my problem, inclusive result is a problem. So all the problems can be tackled or the rectified by the suggestion of all the reviewers. Okay, so that your initial submission and your final accept, you please compare that. Then you can identify that what type of initial fault you developed during the time of your submission. Okay, so I think this is one of the another concept if you are going for a research paper. Okay, I am just seeing that once you are submitting a research paper in a very big journal, something like ACS or elsewhere, Springer or Wiley or Nature. So definitely the first concept is there is TC, that is technical check, that is people, they will evaluate your paper, whether it having some plagiarism or whether it obeys the rules of the journals, all the things they will what is that, they will evaluate. Finally, once it is okay, they have a benchmark score is there. Once it is okay, they will give that, this is a problem, they will give the editor in charge, because so 90% of the article is rejected by the big journals by the editor in charge. So the editor in charge can identify it. First one is the scope of the journal, whether it is under the scope and whether it may be impact to any globally recognized people. So all the concepts is evaluated by the EIC based upon the current scope of the journal. Once he made okay, then he may be planned, okay, we can review the paper by reviewer one. Maybe big Q1 journal, they will go for the 3 reviewer. So if all the 3 reviewers they are accepting, so finally it's a very huge difficult to identify what is the problems of all the reviewers. So finally you will get your paper is accepted. Okay, so this is the one of the major idea I can tell you, that to steal ideas from one person to another. So I can tell you that is a plagiarism. To steal from many is I can tell you that research. Okay, so if you are writing a scientific article, as you know that everyone know that carbon valency is 4. I cannot convert the carbon valency into 5. So I cannot give a research. Okay, today my aim is I want to, change the valency of carbon 5, because already the existing knowledge is 4. So that type of research is meaningless. So definitely all your research concept is based upon the background of scientific background, because your audience is very small and they are veteran people. They have enough amount of experience either in terms of academician or industrians. Okay, so that's why this concept is you should note very clearly. And finally, this is the not finally one more small concepts are there. This is the imagination is more important than knowledge, and you know that knowledge is limited. And in writing every research paper, because still I am practicing, whenever I will write normally in my cases I will give the introduction to my PG students, and discussion part I should write that. Because if you are going for that particular concept, the major concept is before going to write a research paper, you should have a very clear, because what is my experience is, by writing a research paper, I'm not talking about the review paper, I'm talking about the research paper. I should making a clear, a short note to my diary, what type of questions I can expect from the expert reviewer. So then I can identify that what type of drawbacks of my research. Did you get the point or not? Are you able to clear or not? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you see here, you should have a, enlist, you should have a short list.
Dr. Vijay, time is up.
One second, finish. Okay. And these are the concepts you should have a very systematic drawbacks. You should enlist the drawback. And okay, these are our profile. These are my research lab. Okay, I think we have, sir, I will take 2 more minutes. Okay, these are the common activities in our Amruta. Okay, so we are dealing with the chemical synthesis by conventional and monowave, purification in silico, 3D QSR, ADME, and developing new softwares and all the concept. Then we have a collaboration with us. So if any persons, if any staffs, or if any students, or those who are interested on this particular area, you can contact with my team, and they will help you to collaborate with this type of research. And these are my international research team, which we are my past 10 years I am working with these people. So all these are internationally heavy 2% scientists. Okay, and this Professor Kledu T. Supran, he is one of the topmost medicinal chemist in the world. He is having more than 1,25,000. He is the drug inventor of acid sodomite, that is a carbonic anhydride. Fortunately, we got a chance to collaborate with, and these are the other areas we can go for. Our all these peoples are internationally recognized peoples with my lab, and this is my research team, my PhD and PG students of my last 3 years. Okay, so that's the end of the, I think I don't have enough time to explain more, but unfortunately we have very less. So this is one of my interesting concept. You should share that if you want to go fast, you please go alone. If you want to go far, So you go together. So that's research is not an effort of individual one. It's a team-based activity. Once you are involved in a team, so that you will get very fruitful results. So that's the end of the topic. So thanks to the IPA for giving an opportunity to share our research experience. So we will see more details about in future with some other platform. That's all. That's the end of the topic. Any more doubt or clarification you can ask?
Okay, Dr. Sonu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Vijay sir, for your very interesting session. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Sabita M., Principal, Amrita School of Pharmacy, who is a good researcher, an exceptional academician, and moreover, a wonderful administrator. In short, she is not only a great scientist, but also the one who is shaping the future scientists of our nation with her effective efforts and leadership to bring the institute consistently one among the top 15 colleges of the country, both in terms of research and academics, with around 45 PhD research scholars. As a testament to her dedication and excellence in quality, scientific contributions, she has been recognized as one among top 2% scientists by the Stanford University for the single year impact. In addition, she has authored many high-impact journals, book chapters, and recipient of several prestigious fellowships and recognitions. Let's hear her experience and insights on the topic Research Proposal for Grants. With much respect, let me welcome Sabita ma'am for the talk. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to share? You can share the slides also.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll share. I hope the slide is visible.
Yeah. You can make in slideshow mode.
Yes.
Yeah. It has come.
Okay. So a very pleasant good morning to all of you, respected Dr. Jayashekhar, as well as the leaders of IPA Kerala State Branch, the Education Division, all the faculty members and students of various institutions. First of all, I wish you all a very happy National Science Day. I think majority of the students attending are undergraduate and PharmD students. So I don't know what is your perception about science and research, but it's very important for all of us to consider these as an integral part of our education, because education doesn't mean only scoring good marks in exams. If you develop an inclination and interest in research, then you will find it very interesting to learn as well. My job has been made very easy as well as difficult by Dr. Vijay Matthew, because as he mentioned, he was included in the Stanford's top 2% scientist consistently for many years, and he has done a large number of publications, has good number of collaborations, etc. I am, in terms of research, I am very small because majorly my role is as an administrator, but then I've done a little bit of research, and that helped me to become one among the top 2% scientists on single year impact 2024. As you see, my main field is clinical medicine and subfield is pharmacology and pharmacy. And my rank is not that great, but I hope to improve in the coming years. So the topic mentioned are how to grab or tap project grants and funding. That is an important area because whoever is in research need financial support so that you can complete all the required experiments and studies properly, because without financial support, it is very difficult to do a genuine research these days. Everything is expensive. All your reagents and consumables are expensive. All your animal studies have become very expensive. So it's very important to have a proper financial support to complete a reasonably good research project. So how to tap project grants and funding with whatever small experience that I have, I will try to explain the important aspects of it. Whenever you submit a grant proposal to a funding agency, you may know that there are different funding agencies in the country, like the Indian Council of Medical Research, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and so on. So when you consider to submit, or when you think about submitting a proposal to a funding agency, you have to identify the thrust area, the key areas which are of interest for the funding agency. So this is an example. ICMR, if you go to their homepage, you will definitely see, especially when there is a notification for a proposal submission, that time they notify the high priority research areas. So these are examples. Communicable diseases, what are the diseases of their interest, non-communicable diseases, reproductive, maternal and child health and nutrition. So whenever there is such areas listed, you should identify an area where your proposal will fit into. If you submit something which is not under these, then that may not be of priority, and they may not consider your proposal. Whatever or however good your proposal is, if it doesn't match with the priority area of the funding agency, you may find it difficult. They may reject the proposal. Second is the novelty and usefulness. This question of novelty is always there. Whenever you present to a funding agency, to the reviewing board, they'll ask you, like, in one word, in one line, you tell us what is the novelty of your research proposal. So all these three components are important. Innovation, there should be something unique, breakthroughs. You should have some unique idea. There should be something novel in your idea. At the same time, it should be original. It should have distinctive components and differentiation from whatever is already reported and available in the scientific literature. And it should also contain emerging trends, should be future oriented, trend aligned. We saw all the diseases like cancer. Cancer is a serious disease of concern. So it should have some relevance to the current context. So novelty is very important, and then usefulness. You cannot do something just for the sake of doing and just for adding information to the existing knowledge. Like, just for science, you cannot do research. It is okay, but then usefulness is very important. If your research has some benefit for the public, especially when the pharmacy is considered, whatever we do may be related to drug and patients. So it is always important to consider how the patients will be benefited, what impact it will have in the disease, how it is going to help a particular group of patients or the clinicians. So that should be kept in mind. It should have an impact. It should be scalable. Scalable in the sense, whatever you do in the lab should be translated to a higher level. As I said, if you are developing a new drug molecule, can it be used for the patients in future? It may take time. It's not very easy, but then you have to keep that in mind. Scalability. You are preparing 1 milligram or a few grams in your lab, but what about scaling it up to higher quantities in the industrial scale and then making it usable for the public? And long-term benefits, sustainability and lasting effects. You shouldn't be doing something just for the that minute result. For example, a drug. You are developing a drug, but then you have to consider the long-term benefits. It shouldn't. That means you should focus on the toxicity aspect as well. So whatever research you do should consider the long-term benefits also. It should be cost effective, affordable and more efficient than existing alternatives. You develop a formulation and it becomes very, very expensive and the normal public cannot afford, means it will not have an impact. What is the practical application, the relevance of the project and its usability, as I said earlier, and the supporting evidence. That is very important. Supporting evidence in terms of existing literature, examples from there, case studies. If you can quote a case study from your own experience, like whatever pilot study you did, or from your own hospital, if you can collect some patient data and then show it as a supporting document. See, this is a problem faced by patients. When we reviewed the cases of 50 patients, we saw that this is the problem associated with this drug. So that kind of real-time examples and data will support your proposal. Then your expertise and experience in the field is very important. You have an idea, but then if you don't have you cannot prove your experience and expertise to do that research, how will you convince the funding agency? So this is an example. So when you say your expertise and experience, how will people understand? One way is in terms of your publication. Once you publish papers, then it is available. Anybody can look at it and then they know like what you have done and how much you have done and things like that. Quality publication is one important aspect. And you have to decide to continue research in selected focus area. Many times faculty will give a topic to one student. This year 2 PG students are there, something is given. Next year other students join, then you shift, you give some other topic. So this is continuing. Every year you have PG students, master students or project students, and every time you keep on giving different topics, then you don't have a focus area. You might be doing this for the last 5 years to 10 years. You might have guided, say, 20 MPharm students, but then what is your focus area? If there is a question, then you may not have a proper answer. So it is always important to select a focus area and then continue to work on that. And then once you continue to work in that area and then keep on publishing in good journals, then that is an evidence that like what is your expertise, which is your major research area. You need not convince people. It becomes evident through your quality publication. So I did my PhD in Amrita from 2008 to 12. And from my PhD, I could get these 2 quality publications, carbohydrate polymers and nanoscale. And this was on chitin nanogels. So I remember when I was doing my PhD final defense, the examiner told me, your formulation is having good skin penetration. Why don't you try it for psoriasis? Because psoriasis is a very severe problem. One line she said, that's all. So then I thought, yes, then I should try this chitin nanogel maybe for drug delivery for psoriasis. And then I developed a proposal and submitted to. That time we had a system known as DST Fast Track that was for young researchers. And this was my first proposal I submitted soon after my PhD, skin permeating chitin nanogel for the cutaneous co-delivery of 2 drugs for the effective management of psoriasis. And this scheme is for a single principal investigator, and I got a funding of 25 lakhs during this period. So as I said, it was easy to get because I had 2 previous publications on chitin nanogel, which were from good journal, quality publications. So that itself supported my experience in that area, and that helped me in getting or grabbing this grant. And next is, again, once you get a grant, again, you have to retain and continue to publish in quality journals. So Elsevier journals. Now you have a lot of databases, like in universities like Amrita, we mandate that we should, the faculty or students should select a journal which is Scopus indexed. So that itself will take care of quality to some extent. So you have to always select journals which are of quality. As Bijo mentioned, may not be very easy. You may face rejections a few times. You may have to review a couple of times, but you have to work very hard, consistently with patience. And then if your research is good, if you are doing it properly, definitely it will get published. Maybe it will take time, but then you have to continue your efforts. So then this project, after finishing this project, we could publish papers in journals as you see here. International Journal of Biological Macromolecules, we had 2 papers, and European Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences. So when you get a proposal, then it is important to show the outcomes of that funded project. So even if you complete the research and submit report and all the financial aspects or details to the funding agency, that itself is not enough. You have to prove that, yes, you have good research outcomes from the project. So quality papers are again one important aspect in that. So again, as I said, this is a part of your deliverables. Outcome, it means deliverable. Funding agencies usually ask for annual reports and statement of expenditure, how you utilized the funds and things like that. Along with that, the deliverables are also important. What are the research outcomes? As I said, papers are one among them. So another funded project was this nano mission. DST nano mission was a funding scheme at that time. So we had a project, brain targeting of an anti-epileptic drug via intranasal nanostructured lipid carriers. So this was funded in the year 2014, and it was for 32 lakhs. whenever you selected a topic and idea, as I said, you should have some reason. Then you should be convinced about the importance of the research. It is you who should be convinced first, only then you will should be able to convince others. So this was actually identified as an area because that time in our college we had 2 staff members who were epileptic. So I had seen them having the seizures in between, and whenever an epileptic patient has the incident of a seizure, the majority of the times we are helpless. We cannot do anything. Only thing you can do is to shift the patient to the emergency, to the casualty of the hospital. So that made us think, can we do something so that this acute condition can be managed by people around, or the bystander, or the relatives? So that made us think or develop this proposal. So this is intranasal delivery so that the drug reaches the brain within 15 minutes. Very rapid action can be achieved. So that thought gave us developing this proposal and submitting to this funding agency, and luckily we got the funding. And these are the 3 papers that we could get from this project. Not only these 3 papers, two could qualify PhD. So actually I could have mentioned 2 PhDs and these 3 papers. So Srija C. Nair and Vrinda, both of them worked under this funded project. Both are faculty here now. Both of them are assistant professors in the Department of Pharmaceutics. So we could get 2 PhD and 3 papers. And moreover, yeah, these are the papers, again, reasonably good journals. And then we filed a patent, US patent, as well as an Indian patent. Both are actually in the published status now. So that is the deliverable from this funded project. So that is an important aspect. So as I said, from this project, what we could achieve are 2 PhDs, 3 papers, and then 2 patents are filed. Then other factors are also important. As Bijo said, Amrita has a very research favorable environment. We are a research intensive university. So the institution is important, where you are working. Because when you submit to a funding agency, they should also be convinced about the accountability, the feasibility, etc. So when your institution has some research culture, when it is known to the funding agency, then that way there may be some weightage. And moreover, the faculty or the principal investigator also should get support from the institution. The facilities are important. So all those are important. You need enough infrastructure and research facilities, either within the institution or maybe within the university or campus, or maybe in the adjacent campuses, or maybe in other institutions which are accessible to you. So that is another question. When you list out the experiments or objectives, how will you do that? Where is the facility available? So you should be able to convince the funding agency, either by showing that, yes, you have them in your own institution or in the neighboring institution where you have access. So for that, collaborations are very important. If you can collaborate with faculty who have the expertise and also the facilities to support your research, a part of that can be done by you. Maybe the the second part is through collaboration. That is also okay. So it's always important to have interdepartmental and also national and international collaborations. As Dr. Bijo showed, he has a lot of international collaborations that will actually improve the visibility of your research in the international platform. Because when you collaborate with faculty who are proven, that is another way of getting your paper, getting more citations and acceptance for your paper. So all these collaborations will always help you. If you learn to work in a team, you are always benefited, as he said very clearly in his last slide. So Amrita, you may be knowing that it is deemed to be university established in the year 2003. And we are actually a research intensive university, not just in name. The university provides a lot of support for research, facilities for research, and mandates research. Faculty and students are expected to do research and show the outcome through publications and patents and things like that. So we are a research intensive university with around 24,000 student population and less than 2,000 faculty with 9 campuses, and we are in the Kochi based campus. A total 250 undergraduate PG and PhD programs are offered from the university, and this is about the ranking of the university, again based on the research and the other aspects proven by the university. And we are very lucky to be in the Kochi Health Science campus, where we have all these schools of medicine, dentistry, nursing, nanosciences, and allied sciences. So I'm very pleased to say that we very much collaborate with many of the departments, especially with the hospital and the nanosciences department. So that is another important aspect or important strong point for us, because whenever we discuss a research proposal related to drug and patients, we make sure that we include a clinician, because what is the clinical perspective? You may say about lot of problems associated to the drug, the toxicity or poor bioavailability or things like that. But then what is the clinician's view? What is his problem? And what is the solution he is looking for? So if you can get the inputs from a clinician, then that will help you a lot, and that will make your proposal stronger. So we ensure that whenever we submit a proposal related to drug and patients, we have a clinical investigator also. And if it is related to nanosciences or molecular medicine, we'll have the faculty from that school also. So that way we collaborate with all these different schools, and that is another important aspect facilitating our research. So in short, these are the important points to be kept in mind when you write a proposal. You should have your expertise. You should be able to convince the team about the facilities and the feasibility and the other aspects, as I said, the thrust area, considering the novelty, etc. And very important to deliver on time. So this is in short. I take this opportunity to thank IPA Kerala State Branch for giving me this platform to share whatever small I have done in terms of grants and then how to tap them. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sabita. What to Sonu?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable time and your valuable insights. Innovation in science is driven by young minds who challenge existing boundaries and explore new frontiers. Today, we are honored to contribution to the field of pharmaceutical sciences. First of all, let me welcome Dr. Shirin Hamid, Associate Professor, College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Government Medical College, who is a leading researcher in molecular drug design, focusing on 1,3,4-thiodiazole 2-imine congeners for anti-inflammatory therapy. Her work integrates computational modeling, organic synthesis, and biological screening to develop safer and more effective therapeutic agents. A dedicated academician, she continues to inspire the young scientists while pioneering advancements in inflammation management. With much happiness and excitement, let me welcome Shirin ma'am to deliver her insights on the topic molecular design and anti-inflammatory profiling of novel 1,3,4-thiodiazole 2-imine congeners. Over to you, ma'am.
Sonu madam, a very good morning to all of you, respected Dr. Jayshekhar sir, Krishnama sir, John sir, and other office bearers of Indian Pharmaceutical Association Kerala branch, and all other faculties, dignitaries, and dear students. I am very happy to here with you for sharing my research ideas on a small topic. This molecular design and anti-inflammatory profiling of novel 1,3,4-thiodiazole 2-imine congeners is a part of my PhD work. For sharing.
You can share again.
So,
Sharon, you can keep the PowerPoint open and then share the screen.
oh yeah, so one second.
Let us come. You can make slideshow mode. Hello.
1 minute, sir.
Yes. It has come. It's okay, Sharif. You can unmute and talk.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So let's start with our topic, this molecular design and anti-inflammatory profiling of novel 1,3,4-thiazole 2-imine containers. My topic includes, these are the contents of my seminar or this presentation. Let me start with an introduction to the drug discovery process. Here we know that it's a combination of computational, experimental, and clinical models. These are the different phases of drug discovery process. Among these, the preclinical studies have a very important role because it serves as a bridge between the discovery of a potential drug and its the clinical evaluation on human beings. So these preclinical studies involves the structure designing, then target prediction, then drug likeness properties of evaluation, then pharmacokinetic, pharmacodynamic properties, and also pharmacological evaluations, including the in vitro studies as well as in vivo studies. As all these are coming under these preclinical studies, this phase it's a time-consuming phase as well as a money-demanding phase. The invention or the blessing of this research, our medicinal chemist, is the invention of several softwares. This computer-aided drug designing has speed up the actions or the preclinical studies to a very great extent. And there are many sophisticated softwares available for doing the in silico modeling of our new drug entity. Later, for a researcher, it is to find out the molecule or the nucleus on which we have to work on. So heterocyclic nucleus like oxazole, oxazolidinediol, and thiazole like molecules serves as important scaffold for the new drug designing. So we are our research has focused on 1,3,4-thiazole molecule. After an extensive literature survey, it has been found that this thiazole have the one sulfur atom and 2 nitrogen atoms with this structural peculiarity makes it more improved liposolubility. They have great hydrogen binding domain for good interaction with the target molecules, good cell permeability, and the most important thing that they can serve as bioisosters for many heterocyclic rings like thiazole, pyrimidine, oxadiazoles, etc. So our research has focused on finding some new derivatives of thiazole nucleus. Then we have gone for some review of literature and have found that many of the scientists have published the thiazole derivatives for their activities at anti-inflammatory, anti-tubercular, anti-diabetic, etc. Now, the rationale of the study is that the literature surveys help us to find that this thiazole itself has some pharmacological activities, and also the shift-based linkage is having a great importance for delivering so many biological agents. So we have decided to design a title compound with the presumption that incorporation of thiazole moiety into a shift linkage would produce new compound with some significant anti-inflammatory activity with reduced side effects. We have gone for the anti-inflammatory activity because many on literature survey, it has been seen that thiazole shift bases are studied for the different activities like anti-inflammatory, anti-tubercular, antibacterial, mucoprotective, etc. But this anti-inflammatory has been taken because it has some major side effect as gastrointestinal irritation. So we decided to focus on this activity to get a less side effect forming drugs for having this anti-inflammatory activity. So these are some of the drugs having thiazole moiety in their structure, and it has been seen that there are second and the fifth position of 1,3,4-thiazole is more vulnerable for the nucleophilic attack. So in order to make the derivatives, we have chosen these two sites, second and the fifth position, and for making the Schiff bases. Now coming to our aim, these all have formulated or compose the aim as to design and synthesize and to evaluate the anti-inflammatory activity of two series of novel 5-substituted aryl heterocyclic 1,3,4-thiazole 2 amino derivatives. Here it is shown that the parent nucleus is at the 1,3,4-thiazole nucleus with the two substitution at second and the fifth position. Two set of series are decided to design, that is FT series and TPS series. In the FT series, the R1 is fixed stable and the Schiff base area is subjected for the substitution, while TBS series, the Schiff area base part is kept constant, while the R1 section is changing for the getting different derivatives. The research is divided into 3 phases. The first one is in silico design, where the computer softwares were used, and then the best outcome ligands were selected for the synthesis, both by conventional and microwave methods, and the drugs or the ligands that are synthesized were characterized by physical and spectral methods. Then these ligands were subjected to pharmacological evaluation by in vitro assay methods, and also the best outcome from the in vitro assay has been taken for the in vivo assay. And thus we have to conclude the result. These are some of the softwares we have used in the in silico drug designing. All of the softwares are freely available, and the toxicity profiling, then molecular descriptor evaluation, then target prediction, all we can done with the softwares available. From all the software evaluation, we have designed the FT series of 10 compounds and a TBS series of 30 compounds with different substitutions. A total of 40 compounds were designed and were evaluated using these softwares for their better pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic parameters. These are mole inspiration softwares, the results from the mole inspiration softwares for the violation of rule of 5, then for the 2 series, FT series and TBS series. Then Swiss ADME softwares were used for finding the violation to any other drug design related rules like Gose, Weber, Egan, etc. Then oral availability can be evaluated using these softwares. From these results, we have concluded that there are about 19 compounds that have passed the in silico design, and they have the drug-like properties. So they have been selected for docking studies with the anti-inflammatory targets. We have used the COX-1 and COX-2 targets for the docking studies. All the 19 compounds from the 40 designed ligands were docked for this inflammation targets, COX-1 and COX-2. And it has been found that from the graph, you can see it has compared with the standard celecoxib and indomethacin. You can see the TBS series have greater significant docking scores when compared to FT series, and is comparable to that of the celecoxib. So from this, we can ensure that the TBS series having a greater affinity towards the targets, this COX-1 and COX-2. when compared to that of the FT series. These are the docking pose of some of the TBA series with COX-1, COX-2, and also we have docked the compounds with the proton pump in order to find the inhibition of these proton pumps to reduce the gastric acid irritation, which is the major side effect of the NSAIDs or these anti-inflammatory agents. The best docking scores were shown by 8 compounds, and they have been selected for the synthesis. This is the scheme for FT series and TBS series. These are two-step process. After that, they have been characterized by physical and spectral methods. The synthesized compounds were selected for the in vitro studies. But here we have used the COX inhibition assay. All the 8 compounds were evaluated using in this method, and the standard uses indomethacin. We can see that from the graph here, the standard the compound TBS 13 has shown a greater result, which is similar result to that of the standard. From the table, you can see it is IC50 value was calculated, and the standard scores about 67.62, and one of our ligand TBS 13 scored 70.72, which is somewhat similar to that of the standard compound. So we have selected this ligand TBS 13 for the in vivo studies. So from the 40 designed molecules, the only 19 have screened out from the in silico phase. From the 19, they have only 8 compounds have high docking scores. Among the 8, we have synthesized all the 8 compounds and screened for the in vitro evaluation of this anti-inflammatory action. From this, we have found only one compound with a greater score for anti-inflammatory action, that is the TBS 13. So we have decided to take this ligand for the in vivo study. So carrageenan-induced poedema method was used for finding the in vivo anti-inflammatory activity, and the standard use was indomethacin. You can see that the ligand, our ligand TBS 13 has a great action as compared to that of the indomethacin. And because of by this in vivo method, we have concluded that the TBS 13 have a greater anti-inflammatory activity. Now, our question is whether is this interaction with this ligand and the target is a stable one in the biological system. So we have done the molecular simulation study also. These molecular simulation studies will show the details about the dynamic view of ligand-protein interactions, and the plots like RMSF, SA, that is solvent accessible surface area plots, then radius of gyration, all can be obtained from the software GrowMax, and by comparing the results, we can find whether the interaction is stable or not. And it has been found that our ligand TBS 13 exhibits stable interaction with COX-2 target even after the molecular simulation studies of 100 nanoseconds. These are the results of molecular simulation study, and the interaction or the representation is shown here before and after the molecular simulation studies. The hydrogen bonds are stable for this TBS 13 and the COX target interactions. These are the plots available from the molecular simulation studies. And from these all results, we have some details about the structure-activity relationships. We have gone for this thiodiazole moiety, that is Schiff base, with R1 and R2 as the substitutions. It has been found that if R2 is fixed with a bulk molecule, it has a greater affinity towards the target. That's why TBS series have greater activity than FT series. Then in TBS series, there are 2 types of compounds where there in which the third position is having a methoxy group. But in TBS 13, it lacks the methoxy group at third position of benzyl oxybenzaldehyde portion. The molecule is more flexible than other TBS ligands. These are the other TBS ligands. TBS 17, 27, and 28 are the other TBS ligands which shows high docking scores with the COX 1 and 2. So it has been found that the absence of this methoxy group makes the molecule more flexible to get into interaction with the target molecule. And the presence of 3-hydroxyl group increase its chance for forming hydrogen bonds with the target proteins. So thus, we conclude from the our research that TBS 13 is a good lead for developing an anti-inflammatory agent. So, come summary and conclusion, we have defined or designed 2 series of compounds. Their drug-like properties and toxicological profiles were found, and the those having good drug-likeness properties were selected for docking studies, and those having high docking scores are selected for synthesis, both conventional and microwave methods. This microwave synthetic methods is another blessings for the medicinal chemists because the conventional, in my research, it would take 18 to 20 hours for reflexing for cyclization reaction, but it just takes 2 to 3 minutes in microwave methods. It's a very advantage for the medicinal research, chemistry research, and these synthesized compounds were found to be anti-inflammatory, found to produce anti-inflammatory activity by in vitro studies and also in vivo studies. And it has been shown that TBS 13 maintains stable interactions with the human COX targets over an extended time of 100 nanoseconds. Then now the TBS 13 has a good docking score with the gastric proton pump also, that indicates that it will reduce the gastric irritation, which is a prominent side effects of NSAIDs. We have done the molecular docking study with of this TBS 13 and proton pump, but it cannot, the hydrogen bonds cannot withstand the 100 nanoseconds, but it needs some modifications or molecular modifications for getting a better stability in biological systems. And the future avenues of our research is that this TBS 13 has a great potential of having this anti-inflammatory activity. So the mechanism, we have to explore the TBS 13 mechanism and to optimize its structure for the gastrointestinal health in order to reduce the gastric irritations. And these all have been led to invention of or the findings that TBS 13, which is a thiodiazole 1,3,4-thiodiazole Schiff-based moiety, has a greater potential as anti-inflammatory agent. So this is a overview of our part of our research. And these are some of our references. It's just to deliver a method of research in medicinal chemistry, and just try to give some idea of how to make a research in the medicinal chemistry field. I hope you have got some ideas. And with this, I thank you once again, the IPA, for giving such a good opportunity to speak about our research methods and research ideas with the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shari. Mrs. Sonu.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, let's invite Dr. Julie Kurian, Associate Professor, Lissy College of Pharmacy, Ernakulam, who specializes in natural polymer-based drug delivery, developing fenugreek seed mucilage mucoadhesive beads for diabetic management. Her research focuses on enhancing drug absorption and prolonging therapeutic effects through eco-friendly and sustained-release formulations. She is very passionate about integrating the traditional medicine with modern pharmaceutical technology. And with much happiness, let me take the privilege to welcome Julie ma'am to share her findings on the topic, Harnessing Nature with Science, Fenugreek Seed Mucilage Mucoadhesive Beads for Effective Diabetes Management. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sonu. Hope it is clear. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am very happy to present my research work on this National Science Day, especially like on the topic Harnessing Nature with Science, Fenugreek Seed Mucilage Mucoadhesive Beads for Effective Diabetes Management. Thank you, IPA, Kerala State Branch, and its officials, Dr. P. Jaishekhar sir, John sir, Krishnumar sir, for this opportunity. And I was guided by Dr. Bobby Jones G, Professor and HOD of Department Pharmaceutics, St. Joseph's College of Pharmacy, Chartala. So this is an overview of the presentation of this research. Moving on. So as we all know, diabetes is one of the major public health concerns and a major global health issue and leading cause of mortality with increase in prevalence. There are a lot of drugs in use right now. A lot of new drug molecules and formulations are coming up, but still there are certain limitations which are unaddressed, like inconsistent blood sugar level, patient compliance issues, side effects and complications, lack of targeted and long-acting therapies. So here lies the need for modern drug delivery means and innovative drug delivery system, which can precise targeting of the drug and reduce administration frequency, enhance the absorption, minimize side effects, and improve patient compliance and get better diabetes management. So coming to the topic, it was mucoadhesive beads. As we know, beads, it is like a small spherical structures in which the drug is dispersed, dissolved, and it is of micrometer size. And mucoadhesion simply means adhesion of material to mucosal surface through some interfacial forces. So this mucoadhesive beads is unique in drug delivery. Why it is being said is like that. Beads, it was proved that it has the ability for controlled and targeted drug delivery. But when we are incorporating mucoadhesion through intelligent selection of polymers, these beads are getting added advantage as a drug delivery system. And they will be capable of GIT retention, targeted drug delivery, and controlled drug delivery. And as I have said, the effectiveness of mucoadhesive drug delivery system mainly depends upon polymer selection, primarily for mucoadhesion and controlling of drug discharge. So now the whole world is towards nature. So we do have a lot of synthetic polymers, and what are the benefits of going for natural polymers when compared to synthetic polymers? Like non-toxicity, biocompatibility, biodegradability, easy availability, and cost effectiveness. Our natural sources are widely distributed. A lot of plant polysaccharides are still not explored. There is a lot of work being carried on this topic. There are a lot of mucilages like in commonly used fruits and vegetables. Fenugreek seed mucilage, okra mucilage, hibiscus mucilage, jackfruit seed mucilage, linseed mucilage, tamarind seed mucilage, etc. Some good studies are being conducted on these mucilages. So my drug of choice was sitagliptin phosphate, an anti-diabetic drug. It is a dipeptidyl peptidase 4-DPP4 inhibitor, and the mechanism, like it increases levels of inherited hormones and stimulate insulin secretion in response to meals, suppress glucagon secretion. Generally, sitagliptin is considered as a safe drug, but according to chemical classification or BCS classification, it comes under BCS class 3 and borderline class 1, that is low permeability. And it do have some serious side effects that have been reported related to dose. Pharmacokinetics, it is like returned as a good bioavailability, but there is low plasma protein binding and urinary excretion rate unchanged is high, 79% is rated unchanged. So what is the need of this study? Because by using or formulating as a mucoadhesive beads, we can improve GI retention of this sitagliptin phosphate and controlled release to reduce side effects and enhance the permeability in the GI tract. So the benefits we can achieve is reduced dosage frequency, better patient compliance and lower therapy course. That means we can even decrease the dose, and as the patient is better complying with the therapy, so the treatment course we can reduce. And moreover, there is global preference for natural polymers which are biodegradable, sustainable and cost effective. So this is the hypothesis of my thesis. Mucoadhesive beads formulated using a blend of fenugreek seed mucilage and sodium alginate will prolong the gastrointestinal retention of sitagliptin phosphate and provide controlled drug release and enhancing its therapeutic effectiveness in diabetes management. So aim of this research was to develop optimized mucoadhesive beads containing oral antibiotic drug sitagliptin phosphate using a blend of natural polysaccharides, fenugreek seed mucilage and sodium alginate to extend gastrointestinal retention and achieve controlled release for improved therapeutic outcomes. These were my minor objectives. So this was the research methodology that I have followed. So the first fenugreek seeds were collected and authenticated. Then the mucilage was isolated. Acetone was used to precipitate the mucilage from the slurry, and it was stored in desiccator for further evaluation. Then all the characterization studies on fenugreek seed mucilage was done. Like physicochemical organoleptic evaluations one, it was found to be satisfactory. Then phytoconstituent screening tests were done and it confirmed the presence of carbohydrates and mucilages. I have also done yield percentage. Yield percentage was 31.78, but it is from natural seeds. It's okay according to the literature. Then moisture content, pH, swelling index, it has been done. Then solubility, when it is done in the solubility, it is seen that it is swelled very slowly in cold distilled water, but it swelled quickly in hot distilled water. Then viscosity was determined because viscosity of fenugreek seed mucilage is very important, as viscosity determines our further development of the formulation. Then total ash value, water soluble ash, acid insoluble wash also determined. Micrometric properties were found to be satisfactory. Mucoadhesion strength, it was evaluated by 3 methods, and fenugreek seed mucilage was found to have comparable mucoadhesion to carbopol 934P, and it was significantly higher than sodium alginate. So it proved the satisfactory mucoadhesion potential of fenugreek seed mucilage. Then FTR analysis of fenugreek seed mucilage was done. So fenugreek seed mucilage, according to the literature, it is basically galactose-mannane structure, and it is characterized by the relevant peaks. And DSE analysis was done and found a melting point at 109.60 degrees Celsius, and it proved a high thermal stability of this fenugreek seed mucilage, which supports formulation development. Then TG analysis also have been done, how this mucilage is behaving as the temperature is increasing. It was found to be satisfactory. Then drug excipient compatibility studies were done by FTER. There was no serious drug excipient interactions were found out. Similarly, in the DSE studies, also it was also found to be satisfactory. Then we have gone for the trial batches of the beads. Here in the trial batches of the beads, actually, we tried different combinations of the polymers. First, we have tried 1% of fenugreek seed mucilage and 1% of sal, but beads could not be formed effectively. Then we increased the concentration to 1.5. The beads were formed, but they were not rigid. Then we have increased to 2 of FM and sal, 2%, beads found to be rigid and spherical. We again increased this concentration up to 5. Beads were rigid, but it became tear sharp. So what we have decided is actually to confine or restrict the concentration of the polymer to 4%, that is polymer mixture of fenugreek seed mucilage and sodium alginate to 4% to consistently obtain rigid and spherical beads. So I have taken the aid of artificial intelligence for experimental design. I have chosen combined eye optimal design. It is a category of mixture design because this design is demanded in my study. Because I do have a constraint of 4% of total polymer concentration. I had two mixture components, component A and component B, that is concentration of fenugreek seed mucilage and concentration of sal. And I do have two process variables, factor C or numerical factor, that is concentration of crosslinker. I have used both calcium chloride and aluminum chloride. And there was a categoric factor, type of crosslinker, that is either calcium chloride or aluminum chloride. And because of these peculiarities of the formulation development or the factors I want to study or independent variables I have to study, I have chosen combined eye optimal design. Then the two responses I have studied was response 1, cumulative percentage drug release at 12th hour and percentage drug entrapment. So the status software suggested 21 runs of this formulation development, and it was developed, and in the picture we can see the developed beads, and it was ionotropic gelation that it was followed for the development of the beads, and fenugreek seed mucilage was hydrated, sitagliptin was added, followed by ultrasonication and extrusion through 21 gauge needle into crosslinker solution. It was either calcium chloride or aluminum chloride. Then the bead formed were harvested, washed and air dried, and it was a discrete spherical bead as seen in the picture. Then it was moved to evaluation of bead. Yield percentage, what we have observed from the yield percentage is higher the fenugreek seed mucilage use, and whenever in whichever formulations we have used trivalent cross-linking agent at higher concentration, yield percentage of beads were high. It could be attributed to increased viscosity and more effective cross-linking with trivalent aluminum ions compared to divalent calcium ions. And the next evaluation parameter was bead size, and it is range over 652 to 1403 micrometers. And here what we observed is that higher the FM concentration or fenugreek seed mucilage concentration, the droplet size was large. It could be due to increased viscosity, so highly viscous polymer result in larger droplets when dropped into crosslinker concentration. Then smaller beads resulted from the when we have used cross-linking ions, aluminium, and also when we compared to calcium ions, which had lower cross-linking efficiency. Micromeretic properties we have done, and it was meeting USP standards. Then we have done swelling behavior of beads, and we have done separately the swelling studies in 0.1 normal HCl and in phosphate buffer. What we have observed is a pH response in swelling and a reduced swelling in acidic media. In phosphate buffer, on the other hand, there was a maximum swelling at 3 to 4 hours, followed by a gradual erosion as seen in this diagram. It's a gradual erosion, and it could be attributed or it can be linked to slow erosion of calcium or aluminum ions from the cross-linked beads with sodium ions of sodium phosphate buffer. Then in the results it has been seen that trivalent aluminum ions showed lower swelling due to more compact three-dimensional network structure. But on the other hand, higher cross-linker concentration resulted in stronger cross-linking, reduced porosity, and decreased swelling and drug release rates. So drug entrapment efficiency, it was like 64.64 to 86.54. Drug loading was 25.6 and 38.74. And the drug entrapment efficiency and drug loading were influenced by the type and concentration of cross-linking agent, that is whether it is calcium chloride that is divalent or trivalent aluminum chloride agent. Also, it was influenced by fenugreek seed mucilage sal ratio. What it is observed that higher fenugreek seed mucilage ratios improved entrapment and loading due to increased polymer solution viscosity. Higher cross-linker concentration enhanced drug entrapment percentage and drug loading by promoting tighter bead formation and reduced drug leaching. Trivalent cross-linker aluminum chloride yielded the highest drug entrapment percentage and drug loading due to stronger three-dimensional gel structures. Then we have performed drug discharge study in vitro. First 2 hours we have performed in acidic pH followed by in alkaline pH. What we have observed is, as we can see in the diagram or in the graph, the drug release was slow in acidic condition, that is less than 13%. It could be attributed to matrix shrinkage. After onwards, there was a fast release. Maybe it is due to alkaline condition and due to increased matrix swelling, which created new diffusional pathways. And more observation what is high FM-SAL ratios and trivalent aluminum chloride cross-linking led to more sustained release due to denser gel structure and tighter cross-linking. And we have plotted kinetics graph, zero order, first order, Higuchi model, Hickson-Crowell model, Cosmere-Pepas. And what it was observed that all the 21 formulations followed zero order release model with R-squared values ranging from 0.9903 to 0.9988, almost similar to 1. It indicates a steady and controlled drug release. And Cosmere-Pepas model analysis showed R-squared values from 0.977 to 0.99, and the N value ranged from 0.964 to 1.209. And it is pointing towards super case transport with polymer swelling, relaxation and slow erosion. So FM-SAL bead formulations demonstrated a controlled, predictable release rate, proved capable of maintaining therapeutic drug levels over extended period with minimizing side effects. Then statistical analysis was done for the two responses, that is cumulative drug release at 12th hour and percentage drug entrapment. It was by Statis software, and it is RMEL analysis, as there are different classification or groups of formulations were there. Then p-values were by Kenward-Rocker p-values. Model was quadratic modified Sheffer model. And from the values, from the subplot F, from the values of probability less than 0.001, it showed model is very significant in explaining the significance. Then coefficient of variation was around 0.5486, which shows low variability and high consistency. Predicted R-squared values and adjusted R-squared values almost near, indicating strong accuracy of this model. Then correlation was almost nearing 1. Then a coded equation for response 1, that cumulative percentage drug release, was created or was given by Statis software. And from this, what it was observed that factor A, as positive sign you can see, factor A, that is FM concentration, and factor B, SAL concentration, has significant positive impacts. Interaction between A and B, that is FM concentration and SAL concentration, is also positive and significant, which can be seen from the P value that is computed, that is P value is less than 0.05. There was also a positive interaction among A, that is FM concentration, B, FM, that is SAL concentration, and cross-linker concentration, as the P value for this interaction also was less than 0.05. So 2D and 3D plots were also plotted to study the interaction and the link between the independent variables and the responses. Next, it was the analysis of the second response, that is percentage drug response. Here also F value showed the model selected was significant. Coefficient of variation was still less, 0.3597. Then it showed low variability and high data precision. Then adjusted R-squared and predicted R-squared values showed strong correlation. Correlation coefficient was nearing 1, so indicating excellent variable correlation and reliable study conclusions. And here also the coded equation It was obtained from the response of using static software. Factors A, that is fenugreek seed mucilage concentration, sal concentration, and D, type of crosslinker, significantly influenced the drug entrapment. P-value was less than 0.05. And significant positive interactions between sal concentration and crosslinker concentration and between sal concentration and D on percentage drug entrapment. So 2D and 3D plots were also plotted and studied to prove this interaction. Next, we move to optimization. A numerical optimization technique was followed, and the factors we have like factor A and B, that is none other than fenugreek. A is fenugreek seed mucilage concentration, and B was sodium alginate concentration, and C is crosslinker concentration. And it was kept between A and B 1 to 3% and C between 3 to 9%. And desirable responses we have kept CPDR, that cumulative percentage drug release, at 12th hour between 75 to 80%, and drug entrapment percentage we have kept between 80 to 86.54%. Then overlay plot was done, and the software suggested really 38 solutions for the optimized formulation. Among those, by trial and error method, just selected because it is not possible to one sal 1.67, crosslinker concentration was 7.417, crosslinker aluminum chloride was suggested, and the expected cumulative release suggested by static software was 75, and drug entrapment suggested was 80. 94, and this formulation was developed. Then all the evaluations were done for these optimized formulations, and all the drug kinetics models were studied. And what we have observed in predicted and observed responses is observed cumulative percentage drug release at hour 12 was 74.36, but predicted according to the software was 75, percentage error was 0.853. Observed drug entrapment as 87.29, predicted drug entrapment was 86.15, percentage error was minus 1.323. So error was negligible. This optimized formulation we have taken for SEM analysis. So almost spherical mucoid Hesse beads we could observe in SEM analysis. It was a rough surface texture, porous matrix, and dense cross-linking structure. DSC analysis of optimized formulation was done, and we could identify a peak at 210 degrees Celsius and with an onset at 206 and end at 212.9. And this peak was matching the thermal behavior of pure sitagliptin phosphate monohydrate, indicating the sitagliptin phosphate thermal characteristics are preserved in the beads. FTR spectrum analysis of optimized beads were also done, and here also we could identify the key peaks of sitagliptin phosphate in the optimized beads also. So it was concluded that even after the formulation with excipients, these peaks remain consistent, indicating sitagliptin stability in the formulation. Then the optimized formulation we have taken for mucoid Hessian studies, ex vivo mucoid Hessian study from GIT mucosa, from the got intestinal mucosa from slaughterhouse we have selected and done mucoid Hessian study. And what we have observed is that 79.23% mucoid Hessian we could observe at gastric pH, but less mucoid Hessian, that is 42.16 at intestinal pH. And more what we have observed is these beads showed faster wash off in phosphate buffer compared to acidic environment. And it could be attributed to the erosion of divalent calcium or trivalent aluminum ions from cross-linked beads and weakening of mucoadhesive beads by sodium ions in the phosphate buffer. So the results underscore that there is a pH dependent nature of mucoadhesion of these optimized beads. Then we have also evaluated percentage yield, bead size, everything. So it was coming within the range. Then accelerator stability studies was conducted for 6 months. There is like a mild difference in the shape or texture it was observed, but no serious variations in cumulative percentage drug entrapment. It was there, and drug release, it was less. Nuke adhesion was also satisfactory. So the summary of this research work is, this research could successfully develop, optimize and evaluate nuke-adhesive beads loaded with oral anti-diabetic drug sitagliptin phosphate monohydrate. Pre-formulation studies encompass the characterization of isolated fenugreek seed mucilage, sodium alginate, sitagliptin phosphate monohydrate, and compatibility studies between drug and excipients were satisfactory. Then the sitagliptin phosphate loaded mucoadhesive beads were developed by inotropic gelation technique. Experimental design followed was combined eye-optimal design. The evaluation of mucoadhesive beads included yield, bead size, micrometric properties, drug entrapment efficiency, drug loading, swelling behavior, drug discharge and release kinetics. And these parameters were found to be within the acceptable limits. And the formulations were statistically analyzed for cumulative drug release at 12th hour and drug entrapment efficiency using combined eye-optimal design by design expert software. And quadratic Sheffer type was the suggested model for CPDR at hour 12, and linear modified Sheffer model was suggested by software for drug entrapment, and optimized formula suggested by design expert software was further developed and done further evaluation study. And there was minimal percentage error between predicted and actual values, between CPDR, between the expected values and predicted values and actual values in case of both the parameters, that is CPDR and drug entrapment. Then accelerator stability studies were also within acceptable limits, and some analysis confirmed the development of nearly spherical mucoadhesive beads with rough surface structure. Optimized formulation followed zero-order drug release and super case 2 drug transport mechanism. So coming to the conclusion, sitagliptin phosphate mucoadhesive beads fabricated by inotropic gelation with natural polymers, fenugreek seed mucilage and sodium alginate provided over 10 hours of mucoadhesion and 12 hours of controlled release, offering an eco-friendly, biodegradable and scalable solution for improved diabetes management. The natural origin and plentiful availability of fenugreek seed mucilage support cost effectiveness and industrial scalability. Some recommendations for further optimization scale-up is needed. Comprehensive in vivo studies is suggested. Long-term stability and biocompatibility assessment is needed. Advanced analytical techniques and environmental impact studies should be performed. And we have to also look forward for regulatory approval and market analysis. Future scope. So, as we know, lot of antibiotic medication in combination it is available. So, a combination therapy, whether it is possible with this developed fenugreek seed mucilage, that is a future scope. Then adjustable release profiles to meet diverse patient needs. Then polysaccharide synergy. Here I have used fenugreek seed mucilage and sodium alginate. Why we can try for other plant polysaccharides in synergy for improved drug release and bioadhesion. Then extended stability for long-term studies and robust packaging should be explored. Then advanced manufacturing techniques, if we could explore for this beads development, it could be very scopeful for the future. This is the references and bibliography, and thank you. And at this juncture, I would like to thank you, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Kerala State Branch, for this opportunity to present this part of my research topic on this National Science Day. And I would like to thank my guide, Bobby Jones G, for his insightful guidance throughout my study, and also Lizzie College of Pharmacy for the support. And I have done these studies in Lizzie College of Pharmacy in supporting every way in my research studies. And I will express my heartfelt thanks to John Joseph sir also, who is my mentor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear participants, the Google form link to avail your e-participation certificate has been provided in the chat box. Please fill the same to get your certificates. To formally acknowledge and express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of today's event, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. David Paul, a young, dynamic, and inspiring faculty who is currently serving as Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis, NIPER, Kolkata, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, David, sir.
Sonu, is it audible from my side?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Respected Dr. P. Jayashekhar sir, Professor Dr. Narahari Sastry sir, John Joseph sir, Krishnoma sir, Sabida madam, Bijoy sir, respected principals of various pharmacy colleges, faculty members, executive members of IPA Kerala State Branch, organizing committee members of National Science Day, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, student forum members, and my dear students. Good afternoon to one and all. It's my privilege and honor to extend an heartfelt vote of thanks at the conclusion of this insightful and inspiring session on the National Science Day of 2025. First and foremost, I express my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Narahari Sastry sir, for gracing this occasion with his presence and delivering a thought-provoking keynote address on the topic impact of artificial intelligence on pharmacy, academia, and industry. Your insights and wisdom have truly enlightened us. On behalf of IPA Kerala State Branch, I thank Dr. Narahari Sastry sir for accepting our invitation and sharing his expertise with us. Thank you, sir. I would also extend my heartfelt thanks to our president, Dr. P. Jayashekhar sir, for his National Science Day message, who is a source of guiding light and motivation for us in successfully organizing the events like this. Thank you, Jayashekhar sir.
Thank you.
A special thanks to our Secretary, Dr. John Joseph sir, for the warm welcome address. Your contribution has set the perfect tone for today's event. Thank you, John sir. I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to Dr. K. Krishnoma sir, eminent academician and organizer, for his introduction of the chief guest and the topic, which helped us to gain a deeper understanding of the session ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David.
A heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Sabita Madam and Dr. Bijoy Matthew sir, for sharing their valuable research experience. Your achievements are truly inspiring. Thank you, Sabita Madam and Bijoy sir, for sharing your valuable experience with the student community and well as the academic and pharma community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam and sir. Our gratitude goes to Dr. Shirin Amit and Dr. Jolie Kurian for their insightful and captivating presentation. Your contribution as a young scientist are shaping the future of the research. Thank you, Shirin Madam and Julie Madam, for sharing their valuable research in this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
On behalf of IPA Kerala State Bank, I extend my gratitude to all the principals, management, and faculty members, executive committee members, pharmacists of different sectors, IPA student foreign members, for being a part of today's scientific section. I also wish to acknowledge Ms. Sonu Veni for anchoring note and also the Lisi College of Pharmacy for giving the prayer, for singing the prayer song for today's and setting a wonderful beginning to this program. Thank you both Lisi College of Pharmacy as well as Sonu Beni for this. Finally, a big thank you to our esteemed student audience for your active participation. Your enthusiasm and encouragement made this event a truly special. Once again, thanking each and every one of you. Have a wonderful day ahead and wishes of National Science Day 2025.
Thank you so much, sir. As we conclude today's discussion, remind us that science is not just about discovery. It is about transforming lives, solving challenges, and shaping the future. To quote Sir C.V. Raman, as he said once, I strongly believe that fundamental science cannot be driven by any pressure. It must be the genuine expression of curiosity and inquiry into the unknown. Let us continue to explore and innovate and push the boundaries of knowledge with curiosity and determination. On behalf of IPA Kerala State Branch, let me extend a warm wishes of the National Science Day 2025 and a great and a passionate research career ahead for all of you joining with us. Before we officially bring this momentous occasion to a close, let us all rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone. With that,
Okay.
we are officially concluding National Science Day 2025 celebration by IPA Kerala State Branch. Thank you so much for your participation.
Sonu, Google
Thank
form
you,
once
Sonu.
again,
Thank you,
please.
Dr. David. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Google
Thank
form
you,
Once again,
everybody.
we are reminding all the participants to fill the Google form to avail your e-participation certificate. Thank you so much.
The
Okay, thank you.
faculties can share it in to the students also. Get the Google form to get the e-certificate. That also just. Hello, once again, the faculties of each colleges can share to the participants for sharing to get the e-certificate of today's event.